It's the Roaring 20s, everybody. Welcome to the Roaring 20s. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm Vangelus. I'm your streamer for tonight. And I want to say hello to everybody in the room. Let's see. We got Shia. We got Dynamo Dave 2K2. We got Long Was Here. We got Aka Smith. How do we let that guy back in again? We got Long Was Here. We got Valkaisis, Mirai Baby, Timu Kananen, Elson Quizmorio, Chris Muse, check out my toys, Corito Prime, I had to skip there on the window and hopefully someone didn't vanish, Eve Tronia, hello, Champion of Braves, Ernest Evans, I remember your video game, and Boulder, you're here in the Roaring 20s, and I am joined today by Aaron Axsmith, also in the Roaring 20s.
Hey! How you doing? How you doing with the newfound temperature of not freezing?
Yeah, going from polar vortex to, and it's not like it's, to going to like 3 degrees above freezing Celsius has caused a warm snap, so I'm kind of sweaty. But yeah, we had polar vortex times here. I still streamed, I think once during that. I discovered that my special seasonal depression is when a polar vortex makes it hard for me to walk down the street. So I just stay inside and sleep all day, and it sucks. Hello, Student Scissors. Hello, Tapaz. Hello, Sky Seu. You can have, if you went to TFCon in 2008, you actually would have gotten a cookie when you checked in.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I miss free cookie upon check-in at hotel.
Yeah, I know Techno.
There was something especially nice about, like, I just finished a 9 to 12 hour drive. I just want a room and to drop off a cookie?
Yeah.
For me, cookie?
Techno was trying in the opening couple Meadowvale years to just show up with bags of chocolate chip cookies, but it just ain't the same when they're not coming out of a little warmer, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, climate change is messed up. Someone should do something about it. As Al Gore wakes up. It's like, someone talking about climate change, finally? But speaking of climate change, I can't remember how much we talked about that in the year 2004.
Yeah, that was something that we wouldn't have to worry about for like 50 years.
Yeah, well, it's not even our problem. But yeah, for those who don't know, these streams are retro news dives, where Aaron and I, who have known each other since around 2003 or so, started going through front-page Transformers fandom news of starting around 2003. We finished that one, so now we're doing 2004. So if you've never been to one of these streams, I always will throw out the question, do let us know if you were capable of object permanence in the year 2004, or if you even existed in the year 2004. Because even in 2003, we had 1 or 2 folks who were like, I did not yet exist, and I think that made the streams all the more special. Aaron, we also fixed the timeline.
Yeah, we had to jump over to Earth 2 for a bit.
Yeah.
Now we're back on Earth 1.
Immediately got jump scared by the announcement of the death of Ronald Reagan. Yeah. But we're back on the TFW front page. I do know there is another momentous front page news item coming up, because I saw it while I was trying to find the page we're on. It's a few pages in, so it'll take a sec. It's mostly TFW related, but I think will explain perhaps the timeline jump that we found. Eve Tronia, I was one of the people who did not exist in 2003. I was conceived and born in 2005. Ooh! So that means that starting with the next year of Retro News Dive, you'll be able to start going like... I still don't remember this because I was literally a newborn. Okay, I gotta fix up the browser window is still set up from some other funny stuff I was doing. Aaron, how are you feeling about the year 2004? Now that we're through the summer. Oh, that shrank. Now that we're through the summer, What do you remember
Yeah.
about the fall?
Fall 04, I remember it being like questions about, because we just had a bunch of the OTFCC shenanigans. Botcon had just had their final show, so that was a sad. And we knew that the movie was that there was a movie upcoming, because at Botcon 2004 in Pasadena, there were a bunch of movie people like casually there to talk to each other.
They had a quaint little table. They had a I remember is there that or 05, they had a quaint little table with a banner, and everyone walked by and said, like, I'm sure you will. And it just continued along. Easem asking the big question, how far can we get away with celebrating Reagan's death? Well, I mean, when we found it, I made a clip of it. I mean, like, what was it? Someone yelled, like, he keeps coming back. He did pass away over 20 years ago, so I think that either way, it doesn't really matter now. That's kind of... Now we're getting into the realm of, like, how do we feel about, I don't know, the death of, like, Napoleon Bonaparte and stuff. I don't know why that's the first place I went. Whenever I think of someone who is long, long dead, I always go to Napoleon Bonaparte, because the name is fun to say.
Okay. Juan Hernandez. Yeah, I would have still been Axsmith at this time. I think I was Axsmith through the first year or two of even our podcast before I finally just said, screw it, Aaron.
Yeah, it was in the 2010s. You had your human identity moment.
Yeah. Too many instances of people in real life trying to say Axsmith and Axsmith, and it's just like, I'm Aaron. My name's Aaron. You can call me Aaron. Yeah. It's okay. That's cool. But then, yeah.
I think I mean, I can't speak for your experience, obviously, but I always had a suspicion it also was like, with the advent of the podcast, there were more people also trying to do, like, a bit out of getting it wrong.
A little bit. I mean, part of it also was, like, for a long time, AKSMTH was just, like, the letters that went before the @ sign in an email address or a username. It was never intentionally something that was an identifier other than A for Aaron, K for my middle initial, and Smith without the I, because Smith is an incredibly common last name, and to ever get anything AK Smith is near impossible.
Yeah.
Except for my work email at my current job was for a little bit, and then we got merged into a much larger company, and so then it had to, like, get numbers on it, and I had a much sad. Because for a brief while there, I got to be A Smith. I was like,
finally,
me, the one.
This is the white picket fence moment.
And then, yes, there is also a story out there. I forget what era it was. I think, again, at the beginning of the podcast times.
Yeah, it was while we were doing the podcast. Because this is not Doppel Aaron. This was Imposter
no, this is not
Aaron.
Doppel Aaron. This was I was at a Toys R Us.
Yeah.
Looking at the toys, looking at Transformers, and there was somebody else there, and they were doing that thing where they were, like, looking but not, like, getting into the toys, because, you know, awkward, you know, middle 20s, you can't be seen looking at toys even though you're in a friggin' toy store. You know, I wonder what he's here for.
You're for my little cousin.
And yeah, it's nephew. It's totally cool. And yeah, so I was just like, hey, yeah, Transformers, huh? You looking for anything? No, but yeah, no, I you know, you go to online. You're on the boards. It's like, yeah, I'm on the boards, and this is still in prime, like, board beef territory as well. You were with one site, or you were a heathen because you were on the wrong site. And I'm like, yeah, I'm on, yeah, I read a couple of boards. Oh, you ever go to TFW 2005? Like, yeah, I'm on TFW. Oh, and then, you know, oh, I'm Axsmith. I was like, oh, really? Because I'm Aaron Smith. I've got the driver's license and everything. No, I mean, are you Axsmith? I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay, bye. and like Zoidberged away.
It's still the weirdest. No, I won't say the weirdest because that is
Yeah.
inviting weirder things to happen, but is among the strangest stories I've ever heard. Because it's not like I got your name wrong. It's not like, oh, I can gain things by claiming I'm you, monetary things of value. It's literally to this random person in a Toys R Us. I'm just gonna claim I'm someone else. By the way, I accidentally claimed I'm the person I'm talking to, and it's like the motivation doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and it's even like the layers of things. So Shadefish asking, why did he do this? The nearest things that I can tell, this was still early on. Like I might have still been doing a little bit of front page, or I was a super mod for sure. Doing the podcasts. Like I am a seen name in that realm, and if they were a TFW person, they would have seen that. They would have seen me in the Indiana sightings threads, all of this stuff. So it may have been somebody that was just like trying to claim cool points with the rando. But I mean, I've rolled D20s enough to know that sometimes it comes up one, and like
this is the onest one.
What's the over under on how that's going to go?
It's just this is like a cascading critical fail, because it's not even that it was a weak attempt of minor online identity theft. It's that he did it to the face of the person that he perhaps randomly even was attempting to claim to be.
Right. You know, if it had been, you know, if I had been in Illinois and somebody would have pulled that out, I would have been like, wow, really cool. They were in my hometown. Like, you can go back and look and see me posting for a while there, maybe daily or every other day, at least once a week. It like, hey, Lafayette, Indiana, Toys R Us has this on the shelves, and we were in the Lafayette, Indiana, Toys R Us. Like you've really narrowed this pool down, dude. And yeah, he managed to burn all his bad luck on a single roll.
His die exploded, and it was like a $20 one too. It was like a fancy die, and he threw it. It hit the corner of the table.
Was one of those that has like the liquid core on the inside of it,
and then the liquid splattered into his lunch he hadn't started eating yet. So now he had to throw the whole lunch out because that stuff ain't edible.
Sure. I'm sure that's not good for you in there. Yeah.
Valkai says, I really hope they listened to the podcast and heard this story. I have to assume if they had remotely the wherewithal to know who Aaron was, that this if they were able to make that dice roll, they had to have heard it.
They just had to go to witness protection. Like, look, I need to end up in Utah, under a new name.
Yeah, I have to leave. I have to leave the state. Yeah. I have to leave my family.
Then the shorter story on the doppelganger is there is an attendee. Crap, I forget his name.
I can't remember his name because he's Doppel Aaron. So I always think of him as Doppel Aaron. I feel so bad.
That shows up at TFCon Toronto that looks similar to me. I think it was multiple people had seen it. Like, we were both wearing khaki cargo shorts and a dark T-shirt and have a similar head of hair. And multiple people from behind were like, I thought I just saw you in the dealer room, or I thought I just saw you wherever else. And then, like, at one point in time, I think it was we were up on the panel and someone was like, hey, it's the doppelganger. And then I've got a photo
it's
of
the doppelganger. That's the best
arms around each other.
Yeah. But, I mean, Doppel Aaron turned out to be a cool, chill guy, which is the nicest outcome.
Yeah.
Because, like, for like 5 seconds, right? It was easy in one's brain to mix up Imposter Aaron with Doppel Aaron.
Yeah.
Because the best way I could describe Doppel Aaron is he looks like if we tried really hard to recast Aaron.
Yeah.
And kind of succeeded.
Yeah.
But not perfectly, because you can tell clearly it's not Aaron. But like we matched several visual branding notes.
I'm going to see if I can get.
It'd be nice to demonstrate.
My phone to do the cool thing where it gives me like pictures by location, because I cannot think of when we did that.
I also saw earlier in the chat about Eve Trony, I think you said, like, you're 19, have no shame buying most toys. Also, in the aughts, and at least the first chunk of the 2010s, there was still a lot of, like, garbage cultural hoo-wah. We were still within range of the film The 40-Year-Old Virgin. That, like, there was still a lot of, like, impressed worry about one's hobbies. Now that we are in the death of cringe era of our history, I think that generally having a hobby is a lot easier now. But back then, it was very easy to feel very, like, glancing from side to side when you were doing anything publicly hobby-related, if it wasn't, like, buying baseball caps.
V-Stream Alternachat, go.
Ooh, we did it. Because, yeah, I mean, I had the same kind of, like, I would kind of just, like, try to go in and out of Toys R Us back in the aughts, because I was like, oh, what if someone asks me why I'm here? I'm going to get in trouble. It's like, get in trouble with who? But
yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You're you know, mid-20s, and you know you're supposed to be responsible with your money. You can't just be buying a bunch of toys. And what had happened if somebody that I know saw me here buying toys? Yeah, there's Doppel Aaron.
You see what I mean? It's like, obviously isn't Aaron, but if you haven't seen Aaron for a year, and then you see Doppel Aaron, you might just think, like, I don't know, people are made of liquid. Like,
yeah. And especially when it's like, you know, both of us are in black shirts, both of us had on similar shorts. You see somebody brew a bunch of other people in a dealer room or down a hallway, and then I walk up from behind. Yeah, I just smoke bomb ninja around and scare the bejesus out of somebody.
Also, you guys do have, like, at a glance, right? It is this region here that is sort of similar, and that's like one of those major identifier regions when people are just trying to, like, commit a face. So, like, you just have similar shaped and placement eyes, nose, bridge stuff. So it's and then he happens to have a similar facial hair setup. So it's like,
yeah. The Extra Life shirt should be the giveaway as to who is who.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, and I was looking at this going, like, you know, just quietly trying to figure out how to ask, okay, so which is the real one?
Yeah.
The real one's on the right, of course. See if I can wreck somebody. But, yeah, Doppel Aaron. Doppel Aaron would come later in the timeline, but, yeah, it's one of my fave stories.
Much later, and then, yeah, there's the Extra Life link so that I can say that I hath flogged it. Yeah, that photo is from 2014.
Yeah, so we're a decade we're a decade away from it in both instances.
Yeah, in both directions.
Woo! That took a sec to occur to me. I can't believe it was 2014. I thought Doppel Aaron was later in the 2010s. Damn.
I think that may have been a reunion.
Oh. Whoa, still.
Like talking about it and again. But
yeah. But yeah, just to bring us back to what matters. Palisade statue news is one of the things we tend to glaze over because it's very boring. So I apologize to everyone. We do have a few things for those who are new to this. I don't see any, like, super new names that I can. Oh, hi JT Elm. I didn't see it posting for a sec. And Alexis Silver, hello. And Juan Hernandez, I didn't mention. And Jansen, hello. We do tend to skip over case assortments, DVD updates, and statue news, just because even back in 2004, I tended to glaze over that stuff, and Aaron didn't disagree when I said that the first time.
Yeah.
But Entertainment Earth, by the way, existed 20 years ago. Sometimes that still freaks people out.
And I just tried to see if those Palisade images were there, and they aren't on Internet Archive.
Yeah, our other big, like, unifying theme to these streams is link rot and dead internet theory. So, you know, get ready. Aaron, as always, tends to be quite vigilant at checking the links, although in both cases, when you open a 20-year-old link and you don't get the 404, but you just get the pinwheel, that's the scariest. For those who have not been back
hey,
there.
that's also how we found the gig board, so...
True, yeah, the gig board always makes... The gig board is like our anchor, because it's like, is this worth it? It's like, we could find another gig board. So we got a pre-order. So the Optimus versus Megatron 2-pack from Energon. We saw that at the convention, so that's where Lil Takara Energon Megatron came from. Stepper reissue was some other. So here we go. This was like our true timeline catch-up. Is Malin Huffman leaves 3H, and that's when we realized, wait, we're in late August. So this was Malin Huffman, the PR liaison for 3H, resigning from the company shortly after OTFCC 2004, and
after it OTFCC'd on everything.
Yeah, shortly even more so thereafter, a bunch of very funny communications we read that involved things like the toys are coming from the Orient, which Malin Huffman did not write. That was from some other person. I did recall that part.
Yeah, that was from... Yeah, because that was also they had the procurement, and you need to write to accounts payable or accounts receivable if you needed a paper check.
And then I was asking, were people trying to get paper... Yeah, because there were paper checks that bounced because people got paper check refunds at OTFCC for things pre-ordered, and I was trying to reconnect how finances worked in 04.
Yeah. So yes, that link you can find through Web Archive, and it is, "Hi everyone, I'm leaving PR duties at 3H Productions to pursue other projects. Thanks for all your interest, questions, and comments from the past few months and at OTFCC 2004. Keep checking out the latest happenings with the official Transformers Convention Collection and Club at otfcc.com. See you around."
Yeah, I remember looking at that archive.org page because
because you were like number 2 in responding.
Yeah, I was a reply on there, and I was like, you could tell I was being snarky because I was like, "Thanks for telling it like it is, man." Little 20-year-old me. Anyway, yeah, that is where I believe it was between that and this Figure King update, because I was thinking magazine
because we
scans.
Were it was also oh my god, he left just before the convention, because we'd seen stuff leading up to the convention.
Yeah, so it wasn't better, but it was different because he left right after all of the trouble emails began coming out. I assume, so if I were to make an assumption, I would assume that him being the PR liaison saw those emails go out, saw the candor, and went perhaps it is time to not be associated with this incident.
Oh man, I've got new opportunities to do over there that's not here.
I just got hired for resume writing. Mine?
Yeah.
Bye. Anyway, so we had the Figure King update, which was a lot of late season Superlink repaints when everyone got a letter added to their name. Classics like Inferno V, Hotshot F, Roadbuster W, Jetfire S, Nightscream R, and Galvatron G. Classic characters we all remember, I'm sure. Got a new Transformers backpack and lunch kit. This is an Amazon listing, so this might work.
Page not found, page not found.
Damn it, I wanted to know what they looked like. We got the bio for Nemesis Prime from Universe, the mammoth one. The most vile creation of the evil Unicron is a creature so shameful and foul that Autobot warriors fear to speak of it. The powerful but twisted clone of the legendary Optimus Prime pulled out of time and perverted to the cruel villain's purpose. There's good words in this. Posse's all knowledge and wisdom of the Autobot leader, but is powered by a deep love of evil and destruction. Perhaps the greatest threat the universe ever created by Unicron, Nemesis Prime carries within his body the Dead Matrix. First time I think we ever saw that phrase. An artifact capable of negating and destroying forever the Matrix of leadership. So does it just... I guess it just touches it, and then they both go...
It's like an antimatter thing.
Yeah.
It touches anything else, it's fine. As soon as it's the Matrix of leadership, it's the what's that other movie? Time Cop or whatever?
Yeah.
You can't touch yourself from the past.
Yeah.
Then you blorp into each other and then florp out of existence.
Sky is saying, "Wow, he's just like me for real, for real." Actually, how I felt when I saw Deep Love of Evil. I was like, what is evil really? It's the definition of humans. And what is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. Mirai Baby, I'm not sure who wrote this. I don't know who wrote the copy for Universe. We have not had an Aaron Archer appearance tonight, so that let's bank that one. And if Toy Armada with Aaron Archer does show up, we should ask do you remember who wrote the universe bios? Because I'm going to assume the universe bios were probably the same person or couple of people, since, team-oriented. Dengeki Hobby info, more of the... This is mostly the same stuff we saw before. Yeah, a lot of Superlink stuff, Binaltech things. This is where we saw, there were now 4 versions of Smokescreen. We're also getting the US releases, I think, of the 6 combiners. That or the blind pack versions. I can't remember which this is in relation to. A prototype for OTFCC Ravage. Oh, the figure painting thing. Okay. I was like, who? So this showed up on eBay.
Isn't that one that was like a big deal because it was on the sprue?
That was 2007. That's the one I did.
Okay. I remember there being one of them in the long ago where it was significant because it was the sprue and there was somebody that was sure that like this was going to be how knockoffs get made, because it's not like the company could just buy one of the toys and make their own mold.
Yeah.
That they would be able to like dead ass copy it straight from the sprue, and this was going to be the end of...
Well, there were a couple incidents related to this. So this is Botcon 2007. The custom figure was Classics Grimlock repainted into Overkill, which makes this whole story even funnier because then they just made that toy a year later. But when we went to the custom class, it was we got the Grimlocks on the sprue, and apparently there was a lot of hoo-ha about that because Hasbro Corporate was not super into the idea of anyone getting access to a Transformers piece on the sprue, on the frame. Number 2, someone left with theirs without taking it off the frame, which apparently was not good, because you were not supposed to do that for very specific Hasbro corporate fear-related reasons. But someone did just make off with one. Number 3, the custom class that was put on. It was very well done, all things considered, but another big caveat was that the person running the class did not know that Hasbro uses self-threading screws.
Right.
And had only brought little, model tier, those little, like, thin metal screwdrivers, right? So there were people who rage quit during the class because we were having to self-thread screws into ABS plastic using watchmaker screwdrivers. And I had I had calluses on my palms that there are still remnants of to this day.
Right. Yeah, because when they assemble it, they have a jig and they have the like speed Dremel style, like zip, 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 zip to drill them in, basically.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that at least in 2006, right, Hasbro Transformers did not have threading in the toolings. They just had holes.
They probably don't have threading in the toolings because it's a whole lot easier to make a straight-sided hole than to have anything that would be pre-threaded.
Yeah, because
you'd have to have a separate insert piece that would unscrew itself, and that doesn't do well with molds.
Yeah, that seems like suddenly exponentially more points of failure.
And any spot where you'd be putting a screw would be a potential failure point. So instead, you just have it undersized, and when it's assembled, like I said, they've got those little Dremel ones. They even have, I know that I've seen them where in some assembly places it'll even have like a feeder line that just has those screws in it, so they don't even have to place the screws. It's just like when they put it over top of it, it just has like a magnetic bit or whatever, and it pulls it down, and they just go zip, and then they go to the next one, zip, and that way it's done. And yeah, as Timu says, the screws can't come undone nearly as easy either because they've been bitten into place, and that's where they live now.
We discovered that during the class as well, because there were some proclivities of that build where we did need to undo some screws, and that was whole other levels of physical pain that we went through. And to this day, I don't think anyone was able to, without using a tool back at home. Mine still has a big gap down the middle of of one of the, I think the T-Rex head or something, not the T-Rex head, the big gap down the middle of a seam line somewhere, because it was simply physically impossible to get the screw all the way in. And then when they put out Overkill as a toy, I was like, well, I don't see any reason to repair mine at all now. It's better to just have it as an artifact of this amazing experience I got to participate in. But yeah, don't use a watchmaker screwdriver to do self-threading screws unless you want to be in pain.
Or, I mean, if you're like a free climber and you've got like the gorilla fingers, then you'd probably be okay.
Yeah, if you've got the grip strength to rip a piece of rock off of a rock, then like then sure, you know. Yeah, that 07 one. It was the only time I did one of the Fun Pub era custom classes, I think, where I actually did the class and didn't just get the figure afterwards. Unless I'm forgetting something. Oh, Hurricane Charlie happened, by the way. So Hasbro donated some toys to the American Red Cross emergency shelters in the Punta Gorda area, one of the hardest hit regions in Florida. In 2004, there was this hurricane called Charlie, but we always sometimes called it Charles. I heard about it on the news a lot. I didn't actually go to Florida until 2010, so I didn't have any hands-on, but it was an event back then. We had hurricanes 20 years ago, turns out. We got an update on Ken from Transrepro. I remember this was a thing. Oh, this sucks. Ken is okay, I thought it said Ken is not doing well. It just says he's not I was like so Ken is doing well, but he's not improving, but he's not getting any worse. Okay. So Transrepro was Transrepro the Hasbro person whose operations then got personally shut down by Hasbro, if I remember right?
I think so.
Yeah.
He was the first guy that was making repro labels and repro parts. And I think where he kind of got in trouble was it wasn't like the people now that'll make labels that like they'll have all the labels, all the stickers that'd go on the G1 toy. I feel like it was like Transrepro's was just copying the exact sticker sheet.
Yeah, so they were usable as counterfeits.
So it was potentially for counterfeits. And then same with the reproduction parts, where it was very hard to tell that they were counterfeit, and there were people that had capital C concerns about that. And the veracity of it.
Hasbro had some funny executives, not in the Transformers team, just executive level coming through then, because there were occasionally really strange levies put on Botcon. I remember not the third party thing, but there were things like percentage of Transformers product in the dealer room once, if I remember right, and like really
like each dealer had to have some, like you had to be more than, it was some crazy high number 2.
Yeah,
it was like it had to be like 80% or more had to be Transformers product.
Yeah,
and so you couldn't even have like, oh hey, here's some, like here's the bin of He-Man and Thundercats or whatever at the bottom of the table, because they were concerned that it was like somebody's going to go through and count that there's 40 random incomplete He-Man Thundercats things in there, and so then that means I've got to have 200 Transformer items, but most of that stuff is big sealed stuff. And it was like do we really have to have this option? Because
that was
it's putting a bunch of like dumb overhead on everything that we're doing.
It was in my opinion pretty ridiculous. It was one of those like. It is a period or an incident where I would in fact be on the Fun Pub side, because at least I would assume that they were not like, yes, this is good, because like I would also assume Hasbro did not volunteer to offer any bodies to help with the counting,
to adjudicate. Hi, I'm Tim. I'm the intern at Hasbro. They want me to, oh boy, count everything at each of these tables.
Count everything. I
think the later on 2011 2012 starts to become more the third party stuff.
Third party and G1 knockoffs were actually the bigger problem, but there were two separate imperatives relevant to unofficial toys that, in my opinion, were two separate try hard executives doing a thing I have seen in not toy industry, but I have seen in executive office industry, where someone comes in, they have a new position, and their brain says, I have to do something, so I say that I did that. And both times the third-party crackdowns happened, all the copy read as though some executive showed up, this is their new position, and they wanted to be known.
You've got to have 5 bullet points about what you've done and have that emailed off before the end of the day today. Well, yeah, it is the end of the day today that 5 bullet points is supposed to be done. Hey, topical politics news, don't talk about that on the boards.
Yeah, we're not on the boards, so it's all
yeah. Well, we're kind of not, yeah.
But yeah, it's also the way that those third-party crackdowns were also summarily dropped within, like, just like seconds, as though they were magnetic polarityed into orbit, like, that it just didn't matter. Also, Aaron saying G1 knockoffs were huge in 08 to 2010. Yeah, there was a lot of problems with G1 knockoffs, specifically in that they were being presented by intention as G1 items from the 80s. Yes. Like true counterfeit motivation, as opposed to I just want, a copy of this item. It was like, we're trying to mimic the packaging, we're trying to mimic the way the inside of the box is built, and even that would be fine if there was an indicator, even on the bottom of the box, that made it clear if you looked at it, this is not an original. But they were trying really hard to make them into counterfeits so they could be sold as originals very specifically.
Yeah, that's another one of my tales of going to, there was a pawn shop like a 8 or 9 walk away from my house, and I went in there at one point in time just to see, hey, is there anything interesting in this pawn shop? Because that's the thing you might do occasionally. And they had a bunch of sealed G1, and I was like, oh, okay. And then like that voice in the back of my brain went, hey, there's specifically something going on here, and it was like, because it was like the Dinobots, and it was Trax, and it was whatever the other one was that was in like that early first wave. And I was like, hey guys, those aren't authentic. And they were, oh yeah, they are. You don't know what Transformers look like. And I was like, dude, if there's like a person in town that does, it's me. And I showed them, because there was somebody that had put together a web page that was like, hey, this is where you look at the bottom of the box, and
the gridding was off.
It has like a couple of them, the gridding was off. I think it was the Trax that had like the late 80s Hasbro logo, not the 84 Hasbro logo or something on it. And I like showed these guys this web page. They're like, no, we verified it. They're all good. You just can't afford these, or some nonsense like that. And I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, there were extensive resources about it, because a lot of the packaging, they didn't scan original packaging. They were assembling it in Photoshop, basically.
Yeah.
Some of the elements were off.
That was at a Botcon that it was right across from Hasbro's booth.
Yeah, there was that one too.
I remember specifically asking, like, oh wow, this is a bunch of G1 Optimus Primes. Where'd these come from? Knowing what the answer was, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it was a warehouse find. That's where all these came from." And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
The suspect part, right, was it was a huge pile of G1 toys, mint in box, in a heap on a table, and it's like, and you look to your left, you look to your right, and you see even beat up G1 toys, placed with austerity on back shelving, and you're like, either you're lying to me, or I'm not even going to entertain the part where you're just really, really ignorant, because you're lying to me.
It's like in the years since, there was in Peru, there was literally a shipping container full of mask toys found.
Something like that, yeah.
And I very briefly was like, well, how much does a plane ticket cost to get to Peru? I could get some of these. No.
Oh, Alan Weaver saying it was Chile.
Chile. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was South America. But yeah, like some of that stuff potentially happens.
Yeah.
And sure, but it was like they also had like, oh, we've also got a clear Optimus Prime. It was a special prize for an employee, and we've got this orange Optimus Prime that was lucky draw, and we've got this green one It's green.
Aaron Roth was bringing that up. That was the era, because I remember Alvarez did a panel about them once, like where someone had gotten some molds running, but like bless them, because this is what you do. They were just running every plastic they could find in those molds to make just like what if I shoot this in? What if I shoot this in? And it's like hell yeah, let's do that. Even even stuff that looks like the old toys, I'm fine with it as long as there's a marcation on the thing that makes it clear if you look for it that it's not the old figure entirely for the purposes of not misleading people to get money off them. I don't care if they knock off G1 toys and then sell them in bags or have like a little funny X in the tooling somewhere, because people should get to mess with those toys as an academic exercise of their hobby if they have the interest. That's why I've always been pushing for like if there was another G1 mold to rebuild, it would be Sunstreaker, because then everyone could get a chance to safely handle like the original car robot. And I mean, they're doing a Missing Link now. I don't think it's the same, but it's close enough, right? But yeah, that was this was a much bigger thing, I think, back then. I feel like a lot of this has tapered off since the 2010s.
I think that with physical parts, to go back to our story with Transrepro, I think that with the advent of 3D printers, both like resin printers and additive, like a bunch of that is to the point now where you could probably get enough stuff close enough that like no amount of shutting down this guy's going to work. And even then, like with how he was doing it, I mean, I've seen is it Vangsta that'll like good. I've seen like demolding parts at TFCons before.
Yeah, Vangsta has set up molded, like, because Vangsta is literally a singular person operation. Yeah. Vangsta has like spent insomnia nights at the hotel at TFCons cranking out resin parts.
So it's a thing that's like, it's so much cat out of the bag now that I think unless somebody was very directly selling them in a mass quantities, would Hasbro ever go after it?
Yeah. I also feel that this was like just a Hasbro executive level that did not have... Basically, I think that regardless of how counterfeit ready the Transrepro stuff was, that could be changed, that could be altered. And I think back then, what we lost was this would have probably helped a lot with restoration and archival. Thankfully, I don't think anything has been truly lost to time physically from any of those toy eras of Transformers, but like that is only because we happen to have stuff like 3D scanners now and people donating pieces to get 3D scanned, like the Monster Bot shells. Because
that, I think it's also a big difference in the idea of how big corporations are seeing how positive a community can be and how easy it is to burn the hell out of some of those bridges by having giant knee-jerk reactions. So, like, I think something similar now, you might get a phone call being like, hey, like, don't put the Autobot logo on it because that's ours and we got to defend it. But if you're just selling a blaster of ions that looks very similar to an iconic character's ion blaster, man, I don't know if we could stop that one.
Yeah, I don't know this for sure, but I have always operated under the pseudo-knowledge that there's a lot of undocumented communication for the sake of letting some cool stuff still exist without attracting the executive level who don't care, basically. Also, yeah, resin is a scary thing. Wear gloves if you're messing with resin. I believe, don't quote me, but given that Vangsta is still with us, I believe Vangsta does use safety measures to some degree in gloves, ventilation, etc. But yeah, Vangsta is like Aaron Ross is saying, very classic garage kit, like silicone mold, resin, I think sometimes even like wax mold or wax prototype, and very, very handmade stuff. Yeah, don't inhale the magic resin dust. It's not good for you. Aaron Roth, resin 3D printing is way grosser. The 3D goop in resin printers is similarly very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Like, because that stuff's all liquid and it's the pull out printing, so you have like a big tub of it ostensibly. So like, don't crack it. Don't have a leak. In general, like just treat chemicals like chemicals when you first encounter them is always my recommendation. I guess ventilate. Sideswipe Prime, like, yeah, people can get, I was saying a lot of my classmates got rashes from it from not wearing gloves. It's like, yeah, you wear gloves. Don't get, I have like some minor skin damage from, that, the Bondic stuff, that blacklight activated, plastic goop. I got some of that goop raw on one of my palms, and I just have like I've had it looked at by a doctor and a dermatologist. This was many years ago. They said no, it's fine, but like I have like what looks just kind of like perpetual sort of skin damage on the top level, and that was from some UV acrylics like getting on my palm, like a couple drops of it, and I wiped it off, but it weren't good. It were not good. Yeah, the Bondic fad. I was so into it when it first came out, and then eventually I was like, this stuff's kind of difficult to use. I think it still has its place for like. I have theories on how to use it, but they're not very relevant to Transformers stuff, off the top of my head. DVD news here. Gallery here. Case assortment. We got the Smokescreen GT bio translation at fan to fan. That's going to probably be not as good as whatever is on TF Wiki now. This is still the era of Babelfish is fine.
Yeah.
Akon Lord, most concerned about fumes getting into my lungs. Yeah, that's why I don't have a 3D printer, because my apartment's too small and too unventilated. And people have told me, like, I have an apartment like that, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm sure, you're fine. I just don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, you can set up, like, one of those big vent fans to pull it all out a window or whatever. But
yeah,
I would not want that inside personal living spaces, especially something like... Maybe if you're in a house and that's in the spare bedroom and it's on the other side of the house, but yeah, not in an apartment where you're never more than a door and a half away from the rest of the apartment.
And I have literally no ventilation in the apartment because it's too old. Like there's a grate in my washroom, and that's it, except for when I open the door, right? And like, yeah, Psycho Jenny, I would recommend not having a 3D printer set up in your kitchen. Personally, I would recommend that. unless you got some of that really good flavor resin. Okay, the super link, lowercase g Gestalt, those went up on HLJ. We talked about those a bunch in the last stream or two. We got some Dreamwave November solicitations. We're also in, it was a stream or two ago that we started having the Dreamwave articles that started to read more and more like they're talking about things a little bit overexcitedly about how well things are going.
It's the most punk.
It's oh yeah,
punk.
no, yeah, Micromasters bringing punk to Transformers, and I still don't know what the I don't it doesn't make any sense, that sentence. It makes zero sense. But they were like,
remember when Micromasters were punk?
They were like, Micromasters issue 1 finally brings punk to the Transformers, and there was no elaboration whatsoever. That was the entire sentence.
Talking about overthrowing the established order, putting patches on this denim jacket. One or the other. Whichever way you want to punk.
Yeah, Mohawks, Spike Mohawks, Energon number 27. I'm still at the point. So Energon made it past issue 30, if I remember right. Because every time I see a high 20s number, I'm like, did this one come out?
Typing.
Yeah, Juan Hernandez, we didn't have Game of Thrones. We didn't have yet Game of Thrones from Micromasters to be. That was when we got whatever, Machinima. Wasn't Machinima also the one that called themselves the Game of Thrones? Not even Netflix?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, issue 30 of Energon was released December 04, and then 31 and 32 have covers that were solicited but not produced, and issue 33 was also solicited, but the covers were never made public.
Yeah, every time I see, this is recurring for like 3 streams, including this one now. Every time I see a high 20s number on Energon, I'm always like, wait, did that?
Yeah, we got to be coming up on it, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Aaron Raw, 30 issues, 6 unreleased, so 36 were quote unquote made. Yeah, we sorted this out before. I just always it's just because of these numbers. They're activating a neuron.
It just memory holes each time.
Yeah, they're hitting some old outdated neuron that refuses to go away. The Toys R Us exclusive STD Prime and Little Meg's 2-pack is out on my birthday when I turned 20. And it was first found in Dixon City. What's PA? Is that Philadelphia?
The state of Philadelphia, not Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, right. They both sound very much the same.
Yeah. And
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's not my fault. $25 for 2 Japanese exclusive toys. Pretty cool.
Man, the time
Mm-hmm.
is a-changing.
We by the way, whenever we do see these prices, at least I am still bearing in mind inflation, but we also did the inflation calculation. It's not that much. It's not like, that's actually like $60 now. It's
might be like $40 now.
Yeah.
25 USD from 2004 to 2025 is $42.
Yeah, it's
in
like
today's currency.
It's still sub double. Not to say that's like not nothing. It's just like, to me, if it's sub double, it's not like, our lives are changed.
Yeah, because that's like leader class price now. That would still be huge for a leader class.
Yeah,
because that is a very solid deluxe and a very solid mega.
Yeah,
ultra,
pretty much a mega ultra thing. People are remembering Machinima now. An army of combined. Who was it that said an army of combiners? Was it friggin' Bully Menasor? I can't remember.
An
army of combiners.
Redacted as much of those shows out of my brain as I could.
Friggin' college bully voice Menasor. Not even like that bad a performance, really. It's fine. It's just a very funny voice for Menasor. Mm-hmm. Transformers.com update with pictures that are gone.
Hold on, let me check. Yeah.
Yeah. Alternator
because
Meister.
Hasbro just blanks their websites like every fortnight or something.
Yeah.
I was trying to find, I think, the Unicron HasLab photos on.
Are those gone too?
At one point in time. And it was not going the way that I was expecting it to go, and I just very rapidly backed out. Just like, it's already sold. Whatever.
It's very strange to me because, like, I mean, it's a 5-year-old concept, well, 6-year-old concept now, but like, just have a HasLab archival site to at least make your thing look better, like, personally, not to tangent jumps, I have a HasLab.com. Archival of all your campaigns and an archival of all the failed campaigns with designer notes on, what could have been. For academic purposes and for promo purposes, I think it'd be a win-win. Got some Battletech story translations, but we can read better versions of those now. This is a whole lot of people. Dreamwave at the Canadian National Comic Book Expo. The Toronto
from Super Megatron.
From Super_Megatron, the Dreamwave Dream Girls. Introducing. So this is late era. This is some Pat Lee money, ass. Introducing the official Dreamwave Dream Girls. Come see these lovely Dreamwave models and receive free Dreamwave stickers, comics, and posters while quantities last. The first ever limited edition Pat Lee sketchbook ashcan will make its one and only appearance at the Toronto National Comic Book Expo. What did the Toronto National Comic Book Expo turn into? Because this is when I would just go to Toronto to visit my brother. So I never went to any of the convention things. Did this become Comic-Con or did this become Fan Expo? I don't know which one. Or is it just dead? A crater. Okay. Anything else embarrassing in here? Dreamwave, any 4 exposure contests?
I mean, the models are probably there for exposure.
Yeah. I mean, and they probably
were exposing.
I'm gonna guess at least one of them was not actually paid with money, but instead with promises of connections, etc., etc. I don't know. I'm assuming the worst. On Saturday, Pat Lee and Dreamwave will share all the upcoming news and titles for 2005, the second year of Dreamwave, the big year. Oh, okay. Aaron Ross says he's mistaken. It got folded into Fan Expo. Okay, I was just curious because we have a Toronto Comic Con, we have a Toronto Fan Expo. I tend to assume a lot of things got folded into them. Oh, hey, there's a Micromasters signing if you want to have the Punk stuff get signed.
Yeah.
Oh, young Alex Milne.
But wait, is that establishment to get signatures from it?
Well,
like Punk would be you walk up to it and like tear it in front of them, right?
Yeah, and then they sign the shreds, but by spitting on them.
If you're expected to be Punk, and then you do the Punk thing, is that Punk, or have you come around to the other side of it?
So that's a good question. I have always been under the impression it really has to do with your swagger. It has to do with with how you carry yourself.
Like if you're a Spider-Punk fan, like is that cool or does that mean that you're just a part of the machine now?
It depends how much Spider-Punk you have written and posted to AO3, I think.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like a good break point. Yeah.
We got an auction for Universe Ramulus fully painted Tesh. Yeah, sometimes these still happen, but this is eBay auction, right? Yeah. This was still a time when you could just find, production stuff on eBay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this is the green Ramulus that was then like the Hasbro employee store.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
The briefly Springer Ramulus.
Yeah, like if you were in Rhode Island, you could get it.
Yeah. Aaron Ross saying the other Toronto Comic Con got folded into Wizard World and did only 1 year in that form. Okay, there's a lot of Toronto convention history I just missed, and I occasionally hear the vestiges of. Sorry, Robot Lordkeeper also saying, speaking of Dreamwave, hunting for mid-2000s UK Ninja Turtles comics reminded of the Dreamwave Turtles comics. Did anyone ever read those? Which was that an original continuity, or was it one of the ones that was trying to bolt on to one of the existing ones? Because I know with Turtles, there's like Mirage Splinter continuities.
The one founded by Paradise Comics.
I don't know.
Is that for the Turtles or is that for the convention?
Yeah, true.
Because it could go either way at this point.
We're on just enough slight off time that R.E. Collins would probably help us a lot. There's an auction for an Energon Duvet cover. I want to know who bid on this. We'll never find out, but Dreamwave Ninja Turtles tied to the 03 show. Okay, or it was an original. I don't think I ever read it either way myself.
Yeah, good night, Credo.
Yeah, take it easy. New decos of the GoBots Speedbot found. Dubbed GoBrillium. The GoBots return as Aerobot Blue and Speedbot Red. GoBrillium is a good word. We got to bring that back.
That would be an excellent trivia question for one of the trivia, the TFCon trivia shows.
Yeah, because GoBrillium also kind of sounds like something someone just made up that day.
I mean, somebody at Hasbro just made it up too.
Yeah, but
that's how most words come into creation.
That means it threaded the needle, though, right? So it's the kind of trivia question where you'd see it, right, and you'd be like, "That's too on the nose. The trivia master made that up. I will not say GoBrillium," and then you feel silly afterwards. Hey, big update. Raymond T has contacted Sebastian Clave of 88 Miles Per Hour Studios about the status of Genesis Part 2 that I didn't remember was ever going to exist. Genesis Part 2 is canceled and won't be published, at least not by us, if it ever does. 88 Miles Per Hour's involvement in Transformers is therefore completed. Those who never received their book or refund will be refunded slowly but surely. Best, Sebastian. I didn't even remember there was going to be a Genesis Part 2. This jump scared me a bit. This is a Reagan is dead jump scare level, because I thought we were done talking about 88 Miles Per Hour.
Yeah. Nope, there's one more kick in it. That's the dead cat bounce.
When the hell did they ever have the gumption to claim there would be a Genesis Part 2?
Is it maybe like a thing at the end of the first book?
It could
Like
have been.
more to come type of thing.
Maybe this is from 02 or something when they were like actually looking like a real book.
Yeah, the standard, you gotta hook them to get them excited for more.
I do like the line, "Those who have never received their book or refund will be refunded slowly but surely." I'm curious how that played out.
Just like, man, I gotta go to flipping burgers or whatever, and 10% of my wages from here are going to refunds.
I like the phrasing because it's like, those who still haven't been refunded will be refunded.
Yeah, we're not going to say, suck it, we got your money, because that causes more lawsuits.
Let's see. Limited edition PS2 Optimus Prime controller by Newbie Tech. I remember the name Newbie. I don't remember this controller, but it probably was... I'm going to be a little mean and a little bit of a bully and assume this was an ugly controller.
I mean, it's a PlayStation 2 controller. I don't know how...
Oh, I mean just
look.
ugly deco. Like, I'm going to assume it looks like a vinyl wrap of a bunch of assets from a PDF.
The Optimus Prime PlayStation 2 controller.
Oh, we're coming up on the one I saw going in.
Nothing.
Yeah, we
somebody's custom thing. That's
Yeah,
somebody's custom thing. Yeah, there's an interesting looking like PS4 5 era controller.
That's too modern. I want retro.
An Optimus Prime controller holder.
Mirai Baby, yeah, there is still a lot of silly stuff that does get front paged, because Transformers, especially moving forward in the Chris P. Cox era, Chris P. Cox really likes the idea of licensing versus creating. So we do have things like recently Transformers official tie-in protein powder, with I believe the Jada diecast minifigs as like prizes. But I'm like, I still don't, I might have gotten this straight before and just forgotten, but I'm like, does that mean it's like cereal where you're like digging around in the protein powder looking for the little baggie with the Transformer in it? Because like...
I just like that idea in the brain. You just got the tub of protein powder and you're trying to sift through it.
Digging around.
I need my prize before I bulk.
Okay, Valkai says, I don't think the controller ever came out, can't find it anywhere. Yeah, even if it did, I would assume that it would look fan-made to some degree, because back then, my memory is a lot of those kind of controllers were just, we made like a skin of a bunch of assets the license holder gave us. We tried to make one kind of center on a circle, but... Anyway, we got a War Within alternate cover reveal. Hey, retailer incentive, order 5 DF exclusive covers and get 2 random DF exclusive cover books at no extra cost. Dynamic Forces. Is this, I mean, didn't Diamond just finally implode? But like, did this kind of like retailer incentive stuff like really like continue living on to this day? Because I don't really do floppy comics much.
To this day, no, but I remember even in the mid-teens, like hoping to see those, and oh shoot, who was it? I remember at a TFCon talking to somebody where they were like, yeah, I wanted to get that 1 in 25 cover of something, probably Daryl, because Daryl in comics. So it was like had to order 25 of them from the shop to guarantee that they'd get the exclusive color or exclusive cover color. Brain.
There's also an interesting Predaking reissue update that it would be packed in its combined form. I super don't remember this reissue because I think that the 2010 one, like, absolutely memory hold whatever this was. Because I believe we confirmed this did happen last stream. A 2004 era Predaking reissue. I just don't remember it at all. Also feels like it would be dangerous to ship in combined form, what with those little pegs.
Yeah. Would that be that's D78 reissue?
Actual Nightmare, hello. Welcome. We got exciting news, yeah. The fall news is incoming.
found somebody's text review of it.
They have Bendy in the Ink Machine protein powder? What? I mean, we have an entire company that sells, like, VTuber branded protein powder stuff, too, so I guess it makes sense. It's just like, why Bendy? Like, and why would it not just be charcoal? Well, yeah, Boulder, there is a reissue with G1 art, but that was the 2010 one with the suitcase handle.
The 2004 one has a suitcase handle as well, and there's an eBay picture inside, and it is 5 separate animals.
They lied.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is still in the era of occasionally people would repost what their uncle's neighbor's roommate talked about because he works for Hasbro and Nintendo.
This was HLJ front page apparently, but then again,
Yeah,
they're capable of making mistakes. They are just a vendor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alan Weaver. They also have literally the worst card game of all time. Yeah, I did my weekend of looking up how VCard went. That was fun. Aaron, what do you think of the idea of a TCG being launched where, at least for a good solid 2 days, anti is part of the official rules?
No. I have like 2 or 3 anti cards from Revised and Magic the Gathering.
Those are very...
They very rapidly rolled back on that.
It's a very succinct and quick answer that you had.
As to not run afoul of gambling laws.
Imagine if you designed a card game where not only is Ante in your... It is, by the way, patched out and down to being optional now. But imagine if Ante was not only part of your official rule set, you also said you are aiming to have competitive by 2026.
Good on him. That's
to which...
Some gusto.
The immediate question, does that mean I'm DQ'd if I win in round 1 because my deck is illegal?
Yeah.
Because it's not just ante. The ante is... There's I think you have to win 5 rounds of this game, and every round you lose, every card you played that round goes into the ante pile. So... If you lose 5 rounds, half your deck is gone.
Yeah, so like if you lose by default, now your deck is no longer what you came with.
Yeah.
So you've really got to come with like 3 copies of your deck, and God forbid that there are none of the cards that are expensive.
Yeah. Alexis Silver, the game is called VCard because they're also going for the easy joke. And yeah, Sideswipe Prime, I saw Nova Alcomi's gameplay. The gameplay was the best part. There's 2 gameplays. She has one and someone else brought her on for one. Watching people play that game in Tabletop Simulator is genuinely hilarious.
Okay, Ernest Evans, ante is... So, like, you and I sit down to play a game of this, and we draw our hands for the first hand of the game, and then you take the top card of each of our decks, and we're now gambling, and whoever wins gets that card, and it sits outside of the game. I don't get to play mine. You don't get to play yours.
This is the Magic
and
version.
whoever wins gets that.
Yeah.
That's the Magic version. That's the way when Pokemon came out, it was very briefly.
Oh, really? They had Ante in Pokemon briefly? Holy crap.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pokemon came out as a Wizards of the Coast product about the same time as the big boom of everything. And I think that, like, most every one of them was just like, yeah, no, we can't. There's no way to do this competitively, and, you know.
Yeah, how do we rule set around this?
I rolled over a forest and you rolled over a black lotus. Like, knives are coming out at the least.
Yeah.
Because, you know, those 2 things are not the same.
And yeah, Ernest Evans and Boulder, yeah, that is the other part of the joke bouncing off the VCard name is like, yeah, it's an NTR mechanic. And it's like, okay, but you're also saying competitive play. And then this is leaving out, like, you all can, on your own time, look into this, because there's a lot, you look into it and just go minus pack opening to get rid of about 80% of the videos about the game that are out there. And it's just like it's a kind of crummy game. It's just like, the best way I heard it described is it's war, basically. They just made war with like Yu-Gi-Oh! Partner cards or something, helper support cards. But yeah, it's crummy. It's mostly just trading cards. The reason to call it a game is to sell more. But then they posted a roadmap going like, no, we're gonna fix the game, and it's like, sure, bud. I bet you are. Chris,
I mean, for Chris Muse saying he doesn't have any memory of Ante, I remember seeing it at one point in time, but that was also early enough that it was probably pre-wide internet, so it may have just been, oh, this is what you do in Magic. That's how you play all TCGs, or because they had the prize card thing, and that was maybe I remember it being a
PT's saying something about
thing.
Might have been
Yeah.
kids being confused taking prize card literally. Yeah,
Maybe,
but
yeah.
end of the day, like, yeah, ante went away in the industry because it turns your game into gambling, and that can actually legally become a problem, depending how much you're pushing like official play support. But also, it obliterates the idea of competitive play, because now you're trying to have a competitive scene where you might be in the middle of a tournament and then half your deck is gone, and then like, okay, so what's deck legality now? What is legality deck regeneration, right? Like, so yeah, I will say VCard is interesting to me as someone with like very layman interest in like tabletop game design, because it is a really excellent academic example of like a rushed, poorly designed game, basically. Like, there is a quote I heard, which is, the rules look like someone just turned on ChatGPT and told it, make me a trading card game. But it doesn't really feel like a joke when you put that with the rule set's first draft. So yeah, it's interesting. I wanna run it by in LA. I want to try to put the idea in Bill Mu's head, because Bill Mu has some game design chops. I want him to look at that stuff. I might just throw it out on Discord or something. But I hate the name. Yeah, the name VCard sucks too. It's I don't mind it because I like putting V in front of things, but like, given the target audience and given, you know, you took my virgin card, it's like, okay, you got me.
And then kind of like what else is saying is, let's make a collectible opening thing from Alan Weaver, and we're hung up on the game aspect, because that was, what was that, Metazoo that was going to be the big
Metazoo
one
used to be the kick toy.
And
literally, people invoked Metazoo when talking about VCard.
okay, because it was where was I? I was at Walmart, just like randomly killing time, waiting on an oil change or something. I forget what it was, but I was like walking through the clearance area, and there was just stacks of like blister packed 3-packs of Metazoo.
401 Games was rife with Metazoo for like a year on their website,
and it was like $2 or something for 3 packs in this blister card thing, and I was like, there's a part of me that wants to buy it just to see what it was about, but I mean, I could also just throw those $2 away and not have crap at home.
I could eat them and
I'll
get
do that.
nutrients, you know, some
Yeah.
basic minerals in me. Because yeah, like the basic collectible card, like that's the other bummer about a game like VCard, is that demonstrably it was just supposed to be trading cards. You can still do pack openings of trading cards. It somehow is worse if there's a bad game written on them, I think. And then with both that and Metazoo, because my understanding is Metazoo is not a good game, really. The bummer is when they go on clearance, like a clearance goofy TCG, I think can be super fun, because you can buy up a bunch of it, mess with it, make a little cube. It can be a fun, like, just like a board game thing. But if there's like literally no meat to the game at all, it's just like, it's not even fun to buy it on clearance. It's like, anyway, this is the news story I saw while we were trying to find the page, where I was like, this maybe explains everything. Welcome home. Man, this has been a crazy few days. TFW, as you know it, is gone. A serious mess up on multiple parties' ends caused our server to disappear unexpectedly. This stunk for you, but imagine how it felt for us. With struggle comes reward. The second it went down, we started working on everything needed to provide you what you have here now. So TFW and 2005boards.com are now one and the same. So maybe this is the Energon wave then. I always thought it was in 05, but this really is reading like the big one. So stop using 2005 boards, please. It's going to mess up your cookies. So now it's /boards, which I think it has now been since then. So this is the whole thing. Wipe your cookies.
And 2005 boards goes to flashboards.
Yeah. So this is the whole thing about wiping all the cookies that were all for the old 2005 board stuff. So we lost some stuff and gained some stuff. So let's see. New content will be added to the site over the next couple of days. Hardcore. So this looks like this was the obliteration of a lot of the media stuff. There's a download section. Is this actually real now?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, so this still is yet to come. I don't need to keep Doppel Aaron.
Well,
open
I
here.
mean,
I'm gonna
it's
close that.
to like C4 and C5, and a bunch of our stuff is in the hundreds or so.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Like it's probably as these various things.
Well, and one of these is a links section, and what are those anymore, right?
Yeah, articles.
Yeah. Your text-based data. There's a ton here not done yet. New songs will be online soon. A shout block has been installed. I mean, I think that's gone now. New layout. So yeah, this might have been the really bad database meltdown, unless there was another one in 2005. There could have been.
I think this was. I'm trying to remember if it was big one, small one, or small one, big one.
Yeah, I can't remember the pace of it anymore.
Because I remember having to go back and like people that were moderators or more, or veterans, or like if you really had to have your like post counter back.
Yeah,
that was it. Because I remember the first time, I think it was a small one that cleaned the boards, because I remember trying to remember the time frame. I was in the apartment on 52, which means that would have been 2001 to 2003 time frame. Like posting response, like trying to be good about having actual replies to a bunch of people in rapid succession, so I could be one of the first few people back to 1,000 posts and one with the Matrix, because that was important.
Because
reasons unbeknownst to a 40-year-old man now, as a 20-year-old, that was important.
Robo Lurkeeper
So
asking if this might have something to do with the big chunk of dead air where there were no headlines. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because when I saw this scrolling through, I was like, this explains that May through August became a sudden blip. Very much
because in the past, I think it was something about that that first restart that I'm thinking of, I think, is where we started all of these, because that was 2003. So that seems like the right time frame, because I remember sitting at that stupid little built-in desk in those college apartments, getting one with the Matrix there. Yeah. Again, because it was important then. So that would have been that, which was probably the first one, and then this is the one that was like the significant one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have like vague memories of like, because people in the aughts, it was like, you know, it was your social cloud. It was like, what's your post count? We've kind of joked about this early on, like last year, because that is kind of the opposite now. Like people are embarrassed by having like high numbers of posts on their social accounts now, because like, damn, I post too much. But I recall like,
so you couldn't do it from the toilet before. You had to actually be at a computer, like a
it was like mining. It's like internet mining. But I remember that one of the main qualms was people going like, well, can't you just put a number in? And then people going like, well, we have no way of confirming your old number, and if we just start putting numbers in, then everyone's just gonna have a number put in, then they won't even matter anymore. And then us from 20 years in the future want to just like reach back there and go like, it doesn't matter, just give them a number. It's funnier if the number doesn't make sense. News credits as well. Yeah, Lee, it was no blipocalypse, because I think that this was still too much of a microculture compared to what was lost on Blip. Yeah. It was simply a blip, yeah.
And I think this is the point where, like, you know, well, like Tony says there, it's all one website, it's all one Mondo backend, basically. So this might have been the small one. It was still significant, but it was a small one. Yeah.
Griff, hello. We just hit one of the like probably possibly the most major TFW database issue. This might have been the Energon wave, in fact, and this really probably explains like why we found that like multi-month blip in the news listings. Now, Aaronoff, I just lost my weird custom user title from one of the bygone mod popularity contests. Apparently, it was bleeding formatting into other people's posts. I vaguely recall that being a thing.
Yeah.
Or like
because in the older versions, moderators or super moderators and up could put basic HTML code into things that shouldn't take it. So you could do like color or bold or italics. But I think at a recent update in vBulletin, I think it still is on vBulletin, but a much later version than vBulletin 1.01a.
Well, once upon a time, I used to embed an entire Flash animation if I locked a thread that had audio that apparently jump scared people, and it was pretty funny. Because it was also a really, it was like a really weird looking person staring at the camera that I drew, who their eyes rolled back and a Vangelus symbol grew out of their forehead and they started laughing. And I was like, this is a great way to tell people I locked the thread. And the people were like, I think I'm being hacked. E-Hobby Hound is now shipping, by the way, and the 4th annual Canadian Transformers Con.
That's the Detrius.
Yeah, E-Hobby Hound.
E-Hobby.
Junkion Mercenary Detritus. Hound Desert type. But yeah, the 4th annual Transformers Con at the Doubletree. Speaking of the hot cookies. Scheduled guests include Pat Lee, Joe Ing, Alex Milne, Rob Ruffalo, Adam Paddock, James Brad McDonough. That's getting messy.
And I think that's my first TFCon.
Okay, I had not yet gone to one by this point.
Maybe
08 was my first one.
Maybe I'm trying to think, because this is some of those exclusive lithos.
Yeah, this was exclusive. Will be
somewhere
an exclusive comic for 05. But yeah, the Doubletree, if I recall correctly, the Doubletree was the OG hotel that had the hot oven cookies when you checked in.
No, I did 2 at the Doubletree.
The Doubletree is where the Pat Lee incident happened too. The G2 Pat Lee incident.
Yeah.
That was not at a TFCon. That was at one of the one-day shows. But there was a period where TFCon moved to the Meadowvale, but then the one-day toy shows were still happening at the Doubletree briefly, and it was one of those. I think it was one of those post TFCon move one-day shows when the G2 Pat Lee incident happened.
Okay.
We got some SKUs for upcoming store exclusives, Sam's Club and Costco. We saw those last stream at all the conventions. Wonderfest update. I remember this thing. There was a full diecast version of the Superlink Megatron sword. I remember pictures of that. OTFCC update. Registration packet shipment update. What? Wait. Order.
Yeah,
okay. Order and I was like, you shipping the registration packets a month after the show?
Yeah. Remember how good they were?
All domestic back orders have been shipped during this past week. Back orders include pre-e-store comic orders and any order placed through the e-store since its launch. Customers would have an order number by doing this. Any and all available merchandise per order has been sent. Available merchandise. A good number of OTFCC 2004 pre-registration packets have yet to be claimed by those who did not yet attend, or who did not attend. Please contact us so we may mail your pre-reg materials and/or merchandise immediately. The task list for the next week is updating the profiles. Expiration dates for current club members who sign up prior to December 03 will be changed to December 04. And the first issue of the club magazine subscription will be mailed to all members since our last mass mailing. So nothing in here about all the other stuff, but it is worded in a kind of messy way that makes you think for a second, oh, they're shipping everything. Lee Calba, the Pat Lee G2 incident is the incident in which I became G2 Pat Lee. In which a gentleman thought I was Pat Lee because I wrote it on a sign, and by sign I mean a crumpled up paper bag that I put in front of me. Got a Binaltech fan custom Bumblebee. I am assuming this thread link doesn't work unless now that we're in TFW boards. I'm going to click it.
It doesn't go where you think it's going to go.
Finally won an eBay auction.
Yeah. 2006.
Okay, you know what? I think there is another thing that happens in 2005. Because I'm going to guess a lot of these thread numbers got reset again at some point in the next year or two.
But now we're on the same board system, so it reads the same words. It just goes to a different directory.
Yeah, it's for, because if you, I don't know if you all can see the link. The link is a show thread PHP with numbers, and those are auto forwarding to the version of URLs that have the title in the URL, which I remember was a thing that happened in the aughts later on. Okay, so we're getting close to links working, but not yet. Probably still a few years off. What about his site? What is his site? Picturetrail.com. Oh, damn.
Work.
I don't even know what picturetrail.com is. I've never...
let me see if that'll Internet Archive.
Psycho Jenny saying PHP fun. Yeah. That is the crux of, I'd say, a third of our news diving.
2001 snapshot of it?
Well, if he made it in 03, maybe. Though.
Maybe. No. Internet, I've gotten 2 redirects. And it's now redirected me to file name error.sthtml.
Those redirects would have terrified me, so thank you for your courage in going on that journey. But yeah, someday we'll maybe that was because it would have said here if that was because there was a Binaltech Bumblebee at one of the 2 conventions when we were digging through those galleries, but then it would have said that here, I would assume.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe not. Oh, we're gonna hit September. Combiner contest ending soon. Metrodome G1 Season 1 extras confirmed.
We're still on Bill's Toys and Games here. You're passing up one of our...
Oh, right. Bill's Toys and Games. That's
touch points.
Yeah, that's another one of our anchor points. We're waiting for the... That doesn't happen, I think, till 07 or 06, if I remember right.
It still takes a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, this is the ghost of a site sponsor who ghosted, I guess you could say, a whole bunch of folks at the end of things.
He's going to pick it up after the move. Don't worry.
Yeah, the move's just been happening for the last 18 years. It takes a while, you know. For those who don't know, Bill's Toys and Games, longtime site sponsor, longtime Botcon pal. I helped set up and tear down his booth once. He once assumed I was European because I was not from America, but kept hanging out with Europeans. And then one day he had to move, and then suddenly ghosted on a whole bunch of people's transactions. And when we first had this Neuron reconnect last year, Aaron checked his email archives and found emails he had sent regarding an order he had made that never got fulfilled.
2006.
06, okay. I am a little European. Sorry, not European. Bill's Toys and Games, Bill, literally thought I was British because I hung out with lots of British people in the aughts. Yeah. And I remember going like, Bill, what about my speech pattern? What about the way I speak?
Look, you rounded out in a boot once, and he went, well, it was the Dominion of Canada, so that must mean you're British.
Turns out in the aughts, I just had a heavy accent I since worked out. I can't wait to go to OTFCC, see all my friends. I'm still under 21, so they won't let me into the bar. The Metrodome DVD thing, it's something we kind of glaze over, but these were, I remember, like fairly famous DVDs at the time because they were like nicer than the Rhino ones. And I don't know if that ever really got fixed by the Shout Factory era or not. Roller Keeper, CYOAR, I'm Vangelus, so I'm here to go up the apples and pears. Cure! Transformers items shipping in September 1st, 2004. We got some G.I. Joe V Transformers. We got the Cinemanga. I remember those. I remembered those last time, too, I think. We got a Transforce announcement, which I believe... Okay, this is the final Transforce. That's why I don't remember the name very well. But that was a UK convention, one of the many eras of UK conventions. Images of the Pat Lee Ashcan sketchbook. Fire Superlink Grand Convoy now shipping, but also that was a lucky draw, so it's weird that we got a shipping notice on it. Apples and pears is stairs. Cockney rhyming slang. Alright. Robo I did not even once consider how impossible that would be to parse in text. It's fine, we found our way. We found our way. By the way, TFW wants you. We're actively recruiting fans to contribute to the site because we are rebuilding the whole thing, I am assuming. The Dreamwave Dream Girls revealed. Do any of these links work?
Dreamwave's just Dreamwave. Devil's Due is just Devil's Due. Link to Cool Toys is just a link to Cool Toys. And Palisades is a link to Palisades.
Oh, Super Megatron, quote, I was lucky enough to capture some images of these lovely ladies. I don't remember these at all. So yeah, if we don't have any way back in... Oh, there's no... Yeah, these are all just links to friggin'... Yeah. Where's the photos? Energon Galvatron
the link
box.
itself, in case it was hidden underneath there, is just the news story.
Damn it. I want to see my Dreamwave Dream Girls! We have a Transformers Energon birthday card image. Or images. Take a look by clicking here.
Cosmic Rust, sometimes. Oops, that page can't be found.
Damn it! Oh boy. OTFCC.com, no more? And with the fall does come the fall.
Yeah.
So OTFCC.com, as of September 1st, right after they said they shipped everything they have, now just redirects to Transformers.com. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Go talk to them.
Yeah. We shipped everything we got. Energon Grimlock images with weapons. Hey, the phaser call out. Hell yeah. I remember the phaser. My Godfire convoy is indestructible, and I broke the skateboard minicon. That's always how I remember the phaser.
Mm-hmm.
Got some magazine stuff. 3H. Oh, this is just happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is 10:43 a.m. and the same day.
4 hours later. Three and a half hours
Oh boy.
later.
Yeah. So 3H posts a long statement through T-formers. Read on for the full statement. Does this work?
Check Japan.
Huh?
Yeah, click the link.
Oh, this is actually more fun.
Check Japan.
This is more fun than Link Rod. Yeah, check Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, what I say.
You're right. You're right.
There is something archived on the web archive. Very slowly loading, but it is in the classic old blue. Read on for the full statement. Oh wow! Whoa! Okay.
Huh?
Quite a bit here. So we'll go.
Let me whop it up.
Paste. Fellow trans fans, it is with a heavy heart that I write to you this first day of September. A wash of emotions are overshadowing the near and far future for us, and personally, and moving forward as a company, due to constant delays on our part concerning the collector plates, the most important thing. Skywarp action figure and delays in shipping Sentinel Maximus and the Club magazine, Hasbro has decided it was in their best interest and in their right to pull both licenses from 3H Productions, as it violated the contracts we had with them. As of this day forward, we are no longer a licensee of Hasbro Inc. What this means is that they, Hasbro, essentially will be taking care of the loose ends concerning the above items in some way. We are no longer allowed to advertise, promote, or sell anything further from this past year or previous year's conventions.
Oh boy.
And
What
then
the
it gets
future
to a bunch of-
holds is anyone's guess.
Yeah.
I have many a meeting with my lawyers concerning what the best move forward would be for me to make, personally and business-wise, in light of all this transpiring. Bankruptcy? Maybe. It might be a smart move. Other convention options? Probably not. I have finally been beaten. It is quite odd to be sitting here typing these words, as I've personally lost more than my fair share of monies since 1997, in excess of $150,000 to make it known to people who claim I'm doing this for the money. To make the convention the best possible event it could be. I was never in it for the money, and that was my ultimate undoing. The business model I used since 1997 could not work within the constraints due to the official status. In some respects, Raksha and the like were right. Becoming official wasn't a blessing at all. This is interesting to read now, knowing a little bit more about the nature of all of the official license stuff. Also, this is being written in first person, but it's signed by 50 people, which is kind of cute. This, I believe, was Glenn.
Amy, Dan, Malin, who we know is gone already, Scott, Glenn, Rob, and anyone else at 3H Productions. Like,
yeah.
Who else was at 3H Productions that you were trying to keep on payroll? Was the cat in the warehouse getting a check or something?
Well, as it reads, I sit here looking at refund lists, Club Magazine Issue 2's pages, the Trans Fan event calendar, and the publishing schedule for Transformers Universe and Wreckers. He's still doing the all caps, which is kind of funny. All now unofficial and worthless. A killer proposal was sent in months ago for next year, but deep down we knew there wasn't a chance to get renewal or to get renewed. They want more money and a better, tighter running of the show and the club. Sad to say, but we could no longer continue operating that way, and finally the ball was dropped. In the coming weeks, once we can settle the mess, we'll maybe provide an unofficial look at the remaining Wreckers issues and pictures of the exclusive proposals. Slugslinger is Devcon, Strongarm is Brawn, Strongarm is is Roadbuster, Rid Megatron is Beast Wars Megatron, pictures of the last Autobot Defensor. Top it all off, a fan poll was designed so the community could pick the final mold exclusive choice for next year. Energon RC, Beast Wars 2 Thrust Stole, and 6 others were on there. That was proposed during the licensing show at New York City months before the renewal proposal went in. I cannot begin to apologize to each and every one of you. I feel I've let you all down, something which I hate to do to anyone. I was in it for the long haul to make sure all obligations were met and to be able to move forward no matter the obstacles and difficulties. Unfortunately, the decision was no longer mine to make. I'll miss you all, especially the crazy crew of helpers we had at the past convention. For all those who supported what we did since 1997, we thank you for all from the bottom of our hearts. For the critics, I'm hoping your words will come from a good place in your hearts that made you speak out against the operations of the If not, well, now you can attack someone else online. Wink emoji with nose that no one does anymore. I am a fan once again, and it feels very liberating. I get to join in discussions, buy toys that excite me, watch the show from an uninformed point of view, something I've been sadly missing for years now. I wish whomever runs the convention and club the best of luck in future. I sincerely hope this fan community does not get taken advantage of monetarily, resource-wise, or any other way. You are all too good of people to let that happen. Continue to express your opinions and feelings to Hasbro. They need to hear you regardless of good or bad tidings. I remember that part, joining in discussions. I remember even back then, I was kind of like, yeah, but dog, you're gonna have to do that under a pseudonym, right? Because
yeah,
because otherwise people are just gonna yell at you about this for the rest of your life. Like you gotta come up with a cool name or something. The last 8 years have been great. It's been a long run, longer than I thought it would last. I've met a great number of people, some of whom I'm proud to call my friends, and I hope to see all of you at the next convention and chit-chat as a fan, from a fan, as a fan. Who knows? Maybe I'll write a memoir about the convention years and give an insider's look behind the scenes. I don't think he did. So many stories, so many pictures, so many miles of history and voyage. I'll keep up with you folks periodically. I don't think he did. As I work through the mess that is before me, the website is redirecting everyone to the official Hasbro Transformers website for now. Eventually, it may just go away as I am doing for now, temporarily. Take care, all of you. Relief for me has been granted in some strange way. My concerns need to focus on family and friends. The experience has at least granted me perspective on what is truly important in life. Remember, folks, they are just toys. Relationships, positive relationships, are what drive the world, people and community, especially this one. Talk to you soon. Maybe next year at the official Hasbro Toy Convention or whatever it was called next. I'm done and out. Warmest regards, all of us. Elvin Pena, don't expect a comment from 3H on this issue so soon.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was interesting because, like, my understanding is Glenn Hallett was never really that bad a guy. He was, in fact, the rare case of someone who just genuinely overshot the moon real hard. But given a combination of official licensing being a new thing back then, and us all being terminally online as a community rather than as individuals back then, all perspective on this was so heated and different than one could have, I think, right now, especially, you know, with FunPub no longer really existing. And seeing, like, you know, what a better business version of this was, which was $700 sometimes, like, you know.
Yeah, so as my memories of how a bunch of this stuff started to, like, shred itself was, it had just been, like, 3H as Hartman, and Hallett.
Yeah.
Just doing Botcons as a convention. And they knew they were getting the toys from Hasbro kind of as a, I won't say under the table, but it was very much a buddy deal. And then I don't know which way it was, but it was like, hey, what if instead of just being a fan convention, you became the fan convention? And that that was done by Hallett without like the Hartmans knowing it, and that's how we ended up with the Botcon OTFCC schism.
Hmm.
And I feel like part of it was Glenn wanted to put on a good show and did what he had to do to put on what he thought was a good show. Unfortunately, you have to be able to pay for things. And I feel like because there was whatever CyberCon that I don't think is a thing anymore, that was in Jersey, I went to a couple of them, and that you pulled the baby Aaron picture from our panel in Toronto. There was a guy here in Indiana that was trying to do a small convention, Transformers focused, that rented out a rec center type of thing. And there's a certain level of, like, if you want to do it next year, you have to pay for this year's and a little bit more.
Yeah.
And I think that OTFCC, looking back upon it, I don't think that he had a bunch of ideas of ways to try to do it, but nothing. I don't know if none of them stuck, or if it was just too many different things to try to do it at once.
Yeah.
Got it stuck, or what it was, but it always just seemed like, it never seemed like he was ahead of it. It always seemed like he was behind whatever issue, trying to catch up to it,
Yeah. It was very, very,
And
like, spinning lots of plates, but not having the sticks to put them on, like the visualization of an anxiety attack, just everything's like, it's just piles of things that are higgledy-piggledy.
It's a thing in aviation. He got behind the airplane. He wasn't flying the airplane. He was reacting to what the airplane was doing, trying to get it to do what he wanted it to do, rather than the one telling him to do what to do. And especially something as big as this. And I mean, at the time, it was, for 2 years, it was the official convention. So anybody that was like wanted to do, I want to go to the official convention, this is the thing. And so it's got to be the thing. And, as soon as one or two of those little dominoes start to fall with the collector plates as a concern, it's, well, if you can't get the collector plates, what about thing X? What about thing Y? What about thing Z? And I'm trying to get the collector plates taken care of, but now you're saying that the club magazine's important. Now you're saying whatever, and just being behind it just cascaded. And at the same time, I don't know necessarily if he was getting any support from Hasbro other than, we'll produce the toys.
Yeah,
also having to pay for the.
I often assumed that he was getting,
also having to keep up tiers.
Yeah, I often assumed he was getting like a lot of employee tone communication. And because also, like, the stuff I was talking about before about, like, different executive level Hasbro entities moving in and out, I can't help but wonder if there was a little bit of that tinging this, like, as now that this is 20 years in the past, right? And having seen how what felt like a Hasbro executive initiative could tinge Botcon 2 or 3 times in its run with FunPub, I imagine that generally I think that we were a little bit too hard on Glenn. If I have 20-year hindsight, obviously I was just a lot more stupid 20 years prior, and didn't really know how things worked. But
I'm saying to agree with you that you were that stupid 20 years ago, but so was I as well.
Yeah. But no, I mean, it's not like, oh, Glenn was so innocent. It's like, no, I mean, like, I think that I am sure Glenn would agree, or would have posted somewhere since then. They're like, I got the hell in over my head with a bunch of this stuff.
And that's the unfortunate thing when it comes to a business, like, you've got to treat it as a business. And I think I feel like at a few certain points that may also be where FunPub maybe went a little bit too far in some aspects, but still not far enough in others. Like, everything got hyper monetized at a few certain points, but then also they weren't paying attention to the small stuff that led to failing in the big stuff.
Yeah, I think, like, if I were to capsule the FunPub version of it, I think FunPub figured out a code that really worked in the aughts and survived them into the 2010s, but I feel that it never evolved, and that at a certain point it felt like they were just sort of a crummy secondary toy maker versus the purveyors.
You mean you don't
of, like,
have regular access to a fax machine in the 2010s?
I didn't. Well, I did. It was everyone else who did. My mom still has a fax machine.
Technology for communication.
But no, like it felt like at a certain point, like, the way that they were monetarily surviving was on golden ticket and on expensive toy boxes and etc. And then having these I'm not gonna say consistent. There were years where the toys would come out fine, but that the toys made under their auspices would come out less fine, with a certain level of regularity that did not gel well with the premium cost involved, and the way that it felt like the toys were the most important part of the equation as well. And then when that runs, head into the sort of soft, semi-implied, but I'll never know, implication that, like, hey, maybe the toys would turn out better if the communication was better, and then the head no fitty incident and everything, and it's kind of like, maybe it feels like the toys are extremely important, but also the toppest level of this company does not care enough about them and just wants them to work. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's this is an interesting letter to read now, in a post Botcon world, like a post Fun Pub world altogether. I want to see if there's any other posts in here. I wonder if I was a little snot somewhere in here. Nope.
Twin twist. A lot of like, hey, surprised it took this long. Now Hasbro's to deal with.
Yeah. Motorbass. Question is, what happens to the mountain of Sentinel Prime or Sentinel Maximus toys that we saw pictures of? And it's like, Hasbro eventually did. I think Hasbro had to reshell all of them or something. Or no, the packaging wasn't done. That was the whole thing. They had
packaging wasn't done. Yeah.
Yeah, they had to get boxes made for all of them. Also, I like the Joe Moore's line is the Sig Killa, because that was a whole thing. It was like murdering oversized signatures. Sina Nuva, oh my god, I joined the stream on a It Is With Heavy Heart letter, and I thought we were on the Dreamwave folding moment. No, that doesn't happen yet. This is 3H folding.
We got a few months yet.
Yeah, we're on OTFCC collapsing. But yeah, I do recall vaguely, and someone out there knows this much better than me, Glenn Howlett did resurface eventually, I think on the Allspark. But
he's shown up once or twice again, but just as fan what has been there.
Yeah.
And generally has been like, oh, hey, cool, how you doing? He's like, still alive. Think Transformers are neat. Okay, bye.
I think he posted his first resurface was on the Allspark, but that was before the Allspark had their database disaster / like pseudo site takeover incident. That was a whole thing that I do not know very well. I just remember that it felt like a TV episode of something. It was very odd to witness. Anyway, Transformers.com update regarding 3H and OTFCC. Hasbro is aware of the issues fans have experienced with 3H Productions, and we continue to make every effort to ensure that 3H Productions fulfills its obligation to fans. The Transformers collectors community is very important to Hasbro. We understand that there is much speculation on the capital I internet, and we appreciate your patience as this matter is resolved. Server issues.
Hasbro's actual page is just can't find this page.
So we had some server issues. There we go. Glenn Howlett's statement on Sentinel Maximus. With the recent announcement, 3H is no longer Hasbro licensee. You may be wondering what's happening to the oft-delayed Sentinel Maximus figure. So this was sent to Quantum Hawk Brian. Hasbro will be taking over a lot of the shipments, etc., or offering refunds through some as-of-yet undecided arrangement between the two companies. I know they be shipping Sentinel Maximus out themselves at least. Talk to you soon. Yeah, this was the whole thing for another year. Small dream, everything is imploding in 2004. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, Kabai. Okay, Kabaya updated with some hyper transformers. That's Superlink stuff. Universe Ramulus, custom Devastator statue. Whew.
That's 250.
What's 250?
S250.
Oh, S250.
For again, our link of like Beast Box question.
Yeah. S250, who probably is the Beast Box person. Allegedly, probably, maybe. I think we kind of like sussed it out, but never stated. Take it easy, Sideswipe Prime. We got a big news update here from Bill's Toys and Games. Almost got lost amidst all that stuff with sites shutting down and things not getting shipped. That'll never happen with Bill's. Thank goodness. Energon Demolisher and Cyclonus are out in September. They came out. KB exclusive. Now every time there's a Dreamwave update, I'm kind of like glancing to see what the tone is, but this is still a fun one. From the desk of Candice Chan, updates on Dreamwave projects. Beast Wars to launch in January 2005, respecting the continuity of the TV series. Data Tracks, an all-new annual event with a new short story and profiles for characters like Sunstorm and Bumper. Pat Lee hinted his own unrevealed project would be launching next year around this time, in September of 2005, when I think they were done. It will tie in with many different mediums, such as comics, video games, movies, statues, and clothing. That sounds like a big old BS vaporware project to me, but,
Robot Lore Keeper. So a thing what used to exist and maybe kind of still does for a bit. Collector plates were like artwork on a plate that you displayed in like
on
a
your
china
mantle
cabinet or on a mantle or on a wall. And it was very much a like 60s, 70s, 80s, into the 90s. It was there's a company that very specifically did them heavily, like for Star Trek things. Because I remember Dad had one from each of the original Star Trek movies.
And you specifically do not eat off of them.
Yes, you do not eat off of them.
And not just because they're nice. The Transformers ones, for instance, specifically had stickers on the box going like, these are full of toxins. Don't eat off of them. They are not food safe.
But yeah, so it was like, I remember they also had like each episode of the original series of Star Trek had like some image from it, and it'd have stuff around the edge of the plates. It was a collectible thing because collectibles plates. And then it's an odd nightmare thing to try to keep safe. Try to transport, try to do anything with. You'd get a cardboard box that had like styrofoam front and back things that you cradled the plates into, and then you display it.
And seen a nouveau off the Pat Lee thing. The part where they just jump to the word movies and then back to statues is such a friggin' red flag too. Yeah, it's just like we're listing off every media type because our media is omni-media. That's like for a slideshow. Takara update, Super League Superion picks, Tempting Toys eBay blowout. Tony Prito doing a big blowout 20 years ago. Damn it. Energon Sharktacon has been found in California. We got some new Energon episodes coming out on Cartoon Network soon, so stay tuned for those. Episode 26, The End of Unicron. I wonder what happens. Ricochet with Nightstick released in Canada. We got the G1 Ricochet reissue first. Hell yeah. Oh, Canada. It's Takara's September schedule. Beast Wars Season 3. Lucky Draw God Primus, the Gold Rodimus Prime. Right, that was a lucky draw.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that one. Ooh, Eagle Eye Joe dropped by. Let us know the next G.I. Joe movie will be animated with a mixture of 2D cell and 3D by a company known as Gonzo, who worked on things like Gravion, Blue Submarine No. 6, and for all you RPG fanatics, the cutscenes from the hit RPG series Lunar for the Sega CD and PS1, written in the way that they wanted you to write it when they made the little one. At this year's OTFCC, Hasbro announced they'd be leaving Aeon and Weave for a new animation company. Could Gonzo be it? Stay tuned. I don't remember how this turned out. I remember when this was announced, I was like it. I was basically going like, you mean we're going to get Gravion Transformers? Oh, this is going to be so cool. And I don't think that's what happened. But I can't remember if Gonzo worked on, like, animated or not. In any way. Oh, wait, sorry. We haven't finished the Unicron trilogy yet. So yeah, Volkais is saying Gonzo did Galaxy Force. Okay, yeah, so we did get Gonzo. Right. I jumped a year ahead because so many things were ending. I was like, and this was the end of the Unicron trilogy. Yeah, obviously. Transformers hooded sweatshirt. I received these two pics in the email this morning from a friend. Could this be a new hooded sweatshirt coming? It has a silhouette of G1's Soundwave on the back. I love those posts. They're so good. Let's see, Omega Sentinel.
I think this is definitely still in between things dropping out and figuring out how the new boards work, because those images would be embedded.
Yeah.
For some of the, like, now where most posts on the front page are like, click here to see more, or click on the thread to see more.
Small Dream with the shout out to Eagle Eye Joe for the good scoop. Agreed. Turned out to be true. We can confirm 21 years in the future. TFX Stream fundraiser for their website. Are they still around?
GoDaddy.com. You can buy the domain for $4,000.
What?
$5,000. $4,911. Buy it now.
Yeah,
Or you can lease to own for $225 a month.
I wonder if that was like a consequence and a decision built around the popularity of the live action films.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I could see that being the case. Either way, we failed them because clearly the fundraiser didn't work out. Energon Dreadwing in package. Oh yeah, the Mirage Redeco. Oh yeah, Griff, I saw apparently Hasbro. Well, this came from the JT Prime, tree. But apparently they are doing a reissue of Siege Prowl, which is pretty funny because it's like, I think the toy's fine. It's just like, I don't know anyone who was like, damn it, I missed out on Siege Deluxe Prowl.
Yeah.
See, Repro Labels product. Okay, so if anyone wants a date, it was September 7, 2004. Repro Labels made available the pre-cut labels for G1 Abominus. So this is from the we figured out how to pre-cut everything being new era. Robot Master Smoke Sniper and Gigant Bomb. Those were a very cool pair. Don Murphy update regarding the Transformers movie. Some thoughts after returning from holiday and catching up on reading every post. Number one.
Holiday is in the middle of September.
Yeah. My Labor Day holiday. 1. Core characters. When I indicated that there would have to be a core team of Autos and Decepticons, it was just common sense. The audience needs to care for the characters. Of course, we will need a human weigh in, but when you think about it, the X-Men films featured Wolverine first, then Professor X and Magneto, then Cyclops and Jean, and then petering out. I never said that there would be only 7 on either side, just 7 that are fully prominent and fleshed out. And hell, it might be 6 or 8. 2. Delays on news. We spent the last 6 weeks since the announcement negotiating Paramount into the DreamWorks deal. Boring stuff, but it needed to be done. Now we will have a writer immediately, and more news will follow. 3. Simon Furman has contacted me directly offering to consult. What do you fans think of this? 4. Drew Moriarty McWeeny. What? At Ain't It Cool News has officially been declared an enemy of Hollywood by the steering committee. He seems to lack taste, morals, purpose, talent, and a belt. What he lacks in respect he makes up for in blind ignorance. friends of this site will send him unsolicited opinions about his dearth of knowledge and his girth of flesh when they have a minute. Thanks in advance. Remember, we like listening to you, kind of like Big Brother and Dick Cheney, but you know, more benign. What the hell is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Is that... Where did this come... Why was this attached to the news item?
From the Don Murphy message board.
That was just the friggin' the tracks were done, and someone just came out and started like slapping Duplo tracks down, like, no, keep the train going.
So jumping over to the internet archive version of it, it's a bunch of people saying, yeah, having Simon Furman as a consultant would be a great idea. To have Simon Furman as a consultant would be a very wise decision. Please make it cool and not too overly Hollywood. Kind of defines Hollywood for a while.
Guess what defined the tentpole Hollywood action movie for another like 5+ years.
Yeah. 23 pages of people saying, yeah, man. Apparently.
What the hell did whoever that was do to him? Jesus.
I don't know.
What did it have to do with a Transformers update? That's pretty... Yeah. Aaron Roth, they never did get that writer. Yeah.
Yeah.
War Within the Age of Wrath preview. Transformers Energon moves to the afternoon in October. Transformers the Cake Topper. As many of our regular readers may or may not know, I am recently married. As a gift, my wife had surprised me with this excellent cake topper seen in the picture. The topper was created by Joe Toscano of Custom Masters. I can't thank him enough for making a special day that much better. So yeah, the pictures did not carry over.
I doubt that image was saved, but I'm trying here.
Okay.
Archive was that Wayback Machine does not archive that URL.
Oh wow, they did a lucky draw clear G16 shot. I forgot about that thing existing. They only made 10. That'd be a strange thing to mess with. Yeah. We have a Simon Furman interview about the Age of Wrath. Oh, I don't get a funny post. Okay, well.
Can't win them all.
Aaron Roth, I have no idea what this Drew McWeeny guy did to piss off Murphy, but I can tell you he wrote 2 of the better episodes of the Masters of Horror series, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like he grew beyond Ain't It Cool News. Nab Jr. found Energon Slugslinger in Mexico. It's a pretty recolored Seacon set. Okay, so this is the funny one that took a million years to come out, I'm assuming. Winners for the Combiners contest were announced. Alternators Tracks repaint equals Ravage? Spotted a repainted Alternators Tracks. Charles V did. It was spotted in a shop that was very reliable for upcoming figures. Saw this at a shop where they sell protos and test shots today. Alternators Tracks' body repainted in black and red with a new panther head. Big Decepticon logo on the chest screams the name Ravage. So yeah, this was another way that like leak figures would come out, is there were some shops that would just have them sitting there. That's how I got Real Gear little camera guy like a year before he came out or whatever. A couple months before he came out.
It was like a week. Oh,
yeah, people really wanted me to take pictures of it, and the only way I could get pictures to show up online was I had to use my mom's digital camera and then figure out how to like USB connect it with like the fancy Sony cable that only worked for that camera, because I had like a bespoke connection. So we've got some photos of the defunct OTFCC Defensor. Those photos are all over the place nowadays.
Yep.
Palisades.
Most of the link works as well. Includes a DevCon color concept and a Roadbuster color concept that actually load for the archives.
Oh, on the archives. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
I remember the guy who bought Universe Sunstreaker months early at a random yard sale. I vaguely recall that, Griff.
Yeah.
The yard sale thing, that just connected a neuron for me. Hard Hero product info. They put up clips from last week's Superlink episode, number 36, Alpha Q's Fierce Battle. Alternator Ravage pictures. Okay, so it showed up on eBay. Yeah, so the cycle then was... I saw it in the shop, and then the shop was like, I was buying it, put it on eBay. In a pre-YouTube world, that stuff didn't sell for quite as expensive as it might. Yeah, I got... Did I get T30 Brainstorm early? I guess I did. I thought that I had the packaging for that. Because that's where I got the Silly Lion. I can't remember anymore. Can you say you'll do that with your Fierce Battle on YouTube? Yeah, we're 2 hours in, so I can say Alpha Q as many times as I like. It's the name of a Transformers character. It was in the box. Okay. Okay, yeah. Then I sort of recall I got it on eBay, but yeah, I thought it had the box still.
I mean, wasn't there a wave of time there where they were like, where we figured they were just taking them out of the like back door of the factory after packaging?
Possibly.
And getting turned over a lot quicker that way because it was coming like from the factory through airmail rather than combining into a shipping container and then slow boating it over.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't the like 3 to 4 months ahead. Well, it'd be like 2 to 3 months ahead rather than like 4 to 6.
Yeah.
Like the shrink wrap the hard plastic shrink wrap versions of things were coming as.
I wish I could dig out what I spent on it, because I'm pretty sure that was by the point where I was not overspending on eBay. What would have drawn me to it would have been that it was probably, like, not much over retail. Because that's in, like, what? Thrilling 30 was 2014?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was 30 years after.
It's that 8 plus 3.
Yeah.
8 plus 3 always messes with me. Wait, did I say it was $30 before shipping in the video, or was that just a guesstimation? Because if so, that explains it. If I saw a mint in box early, $30 shipped or plus shipping. Okay, I said it in the video. Okay, yeah, because shipping would not have been that much, I don't think, back then. I didn't remember. I just always assumed in the last couple of years. Yeah, I bought it off a shelf. Dang, 2014. Superlink DVD, Energon listing in Walmart. More unproduced OTFCC details. Let's see. Another anonymous source. Oh, this is with the sketches and whatnot. A 75-page proposal. I wonder if that proposal leaked since then. It's a Brawn and Roadbuster split molded with different heads.
Yeah, I think it was just. Let me try the T-Formers link to see if way back caught it. But I think it was just like all the interesting stuff clipped out of it.
Yeah.
Because if there was like a business case thing that got released that would live significantly in Aaron's brain.
Yeah. Because I remember some of these details, like Brawn would have had Energon gauntlets. Roadbuster would have an assault rifle, so they would have done new accessories for them. DevCon from Slugslinger with the new head. There were going to be wing-mounted missile gun turrets to give an almost entirely different looking vehicle mode. Obviously, Hotspot Defensor, all but done, Paintmaster-wise. Beast Wars Megatron, which would eventually happen again some years later. Head would have been new. They would have remolded the feet dragon heads. And what you don't see is the planned additional accessory of the rubber duck. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Shehime.
The link at T-Formers does come up, but it's the same thing that's been copied over. There's nothing additional.
The 75-page version I have just academic interest in. I think it would have been neat to see, like... Because there was always a question of whether, like, Glenn's candor was just too, like, kind of frenetic, casual, and unbusinesslike, and maybe that was an issue on the Hasbro side. And I wonder if maybe there was evidence of that in the 75-page proposal. It's just like, hey, guys, damn, this is going to be cool. We got these freaking good ideas.
What if we did it with lasers?
Like three question marks. Like, what if we did with gauntlets? And a rubber duck? Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like the full-on proposal stuff would still be things that are a little bit too inside baseball that Hasbro probably would not
Yeah.
like to see get out there, because I've heard various numbers of what the like official license cost per year and the things that are incumbent upon whoever gets it to do that seem either way high or way low or way weird. And I would love to see like somebody's actual like, here's the packet, here's the proposal packet of what we'd like to do.
Yeah.
And like
I would like
the,
to know
the business case side thing, or like, here, yeah, sure, if we give you $50,000, that guarantees us 4 days on your main production line
yeah.
supply or whatever, like what those actually are, because the randomness that like we never got even fake packaging for anything from an official convention.
Yeah, like
well, it seems like that would be the easiest thing. Like, you have the molds, you have the thing. Let's just give you the what to print on them, and we can have stuff made. Instead, it's going to somebody that makes board game boxes to and then all these grandmas with foam cutters from the church or whatever.
Like, you mean the Fun Pub? Because they
Pub era stuff.
Yeah, they had whatever that board game box foam cut connection was. They were doing for years before they even had Transformers.
Right. Well, yeah, they did it for G.I. Joe forever.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about the Sentinel Maximus side. Is like, process wise, how does the toy get basically made with the box not remotely finished?
Yeah.
Like, that's such a disconnect, right?
Like for Sentinel Maximus, it's just like white box with Sentinel Maximus. Like it is the most generic.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you give this to somebody over in design, and you say, we need a box ass box to put this box in.
I love box ass boxes.
Like, nothing creative. We need to have contractually obligated box, and go do that. Versus, we don't need any window cuts in it. We don't need, anything fancy.
Yeah. Now, the thing I want to see someday, somehow, is whenever it has happened or been offered and maybe turned down, I want to know what a Transformers convention license, I want to know what the list of deliverables is, and I want to know what the list of regulations are.
Yeah.
That's the stuff I'm super interested in. Because I know that the idea has been floated here and there, like because this idea was floated after the advent of a lot of unofficial toys. That like, why is TFCon not picking up the license after, say, FunPub dropped it? And the idea of like, TFCon would stand to lose a great deal more than it would gain by taking on the responsibilities of having an official Transformers license. And like, that's not hard to reason out if you think about it a little bit, right? But I would love to know what the actual like list of deliverables and regulations would be in any given era, just like out of curiosity, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know that recently I saw somebody saying, like, who's going to pick out the new license? You think it'll be TFCon because they do 3 shows? And I wanted to be like, no, because they have, like, very good friendly relationships across the third-party scene that Hasbro is very definitively going to say can't happen. Mm-hmm. They're going to, if OTFCCs were any sign of the flavor, they'd probably even say, like, hey, you can't have unlicensed stuff, be it third-party or knockoff or anything of that sort.
Also 3 shows, right?
And yeah.
On a marketing level, if it was an official Transformers show where there's an expectation of official Transformers exclusives, I think TFCon would have been told only 1 show a year. Because how do you market for 3 shows if you're also trying to produce toys for all of them, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, because, like, during the Fun Pub era, there's the cross-sell on the bottom of every box to point at the thing. And maybe you point it at the site and it says when the next show is, and maybe do you have 1 set of exclusives and those go to every show? Or do you have just, like, each show gets 3 exclusive toys?
Yeah, and then does stuff fall between the cracks if, like, a show has to get canceled or something? And also, like, this is more of a TFCon side thing, like, I think, for better and for worse, TFCon all but abdicating exclusive toy production and concepting to just whoever shows up with some, because it's good for those companies to show up with some, probably helped make doing 3 of them a year more feasible. Like, leaving out that Colin appears to be a superhuman.
Yeah. Yeah, Colin is not a regular human being by any stretch of the imagination. But also, yeah, because then it's like those individual stores are the ones that are taking on the financial risk.
Yeah.
They're the ones that get to try to figure out,
they're doing the packaging.
Well, got this stuff.
Like, I remember Chosen Prime, they were receiving the packaging for, like, the G2 Jazz Make Toys thing or something. And, like, that year where they had, like, the 2 or 3 G2 packaging styled masterpiece things. And I remember talking to them because they were saying that they were packaging the toys the Friday, because they received all the clamshells from one overseas factory and all the paperwork from another overseas factory that had freighted all of it to them at the hotel, because they'd had the toys for ages but none of the packaging, because they had to get it all done custom. So then they were basically doing an insomnia night on the Thursday and Friday, packaging all the toys themselves, and they were the Chosen Prime staff, not the TFCon staff, right?
Yeah.
So in my head, at least, like, logistically, this is like sort of just spitballing, like, all the many reasons why official Transformers TFCon would probably be a loss for most people involved.
Right. And again, it comes back to, like, if you want to do something like a convention, you've got to have the convention pay for itself.
That too, yeah.
I'm not going to say that the TFCon version is superior, although you'll be able to see this in like 2 weeks at one. You know, one of them has appeared to continue on and continue to grow, and another isn't, and, like, that's the thing.
And the one that isn't had the license, and I believe, like I kind of said earlier, it felt like they began to grow an obligation to sell not a toy or 2 toys. It was an obligation to sell everything as a package to as many people as possible, with the a la carte option being this side thing that they can't rely on.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at, like, those last years of Botcon, I mean, I know when I was going to Botcons regularly, it was, you got the box set, and you got a bagged loose set as an add-on. They'd have 2 or 3 2-figure packs, and what was the show only?
The show exclusive. You had to be there and pick up your pre-reg to get that one. There was the custom class that you could just get as itself.
Right.
And yeah, box set, 2 souvenirs, at show exclusive, custom class exclusive. If I recall, there was a golden ticket item, but it wasn't always a toy. It was a pin or something.
Oh yeah, so there was the golden ticket that was like a badge modifier that got you into the dealer room early, and it was like you got everything listed or something. Like, it was like the ride.
And then there was the golden ticket dinner that you could go to, which my mom accidentally crashed once. Because she walked in to sit down, and then she found, oh, there's some tables, I'm going to sit down. And then they started doing the golden ticket dinner around her and didn't ask her for her badge, so she was just like, guess I'm a golden ticket holder now.
But yeah, so it's a thing that seemed like it kept growing in ways of, like, we need to find more ways to monetize the thing, and
under the auspices of whatever the Hasbro. That's why I want to know those bullets, because I feel it's not Hasbro grants you the license, is you pay them for the license.
Right.
So that's already money out. And then working with them to make the toys, it's not like we give them the concepts and Hasbro they then deliver us the toys like Santa. It's like, no, you had to pay for those too. And, like, the cost of those toys, whatever the high cost was, the cost was never something that actually ever set me off, because I'm like, oh no, these are low production run. They're being paid for, possibly a third-party style. And you later kind of hear implications that they are also being, set behind whatever other productions are going on at the same factories. And also, like, factor in the part where it sounds like their communication also is crummy enough to make the QC not really important.
Well, and it's not like, part of the things with their QC, we're tangenting off tangentings, but hey, that's what these streams are. Yeah. Like, it'd be one thing if they had the ability or foresight to say, okay, this mold that is making brawn, we want to do something with that brawn mold as you're making the brawn mold. So you're going to make a bunch of the brawn molds, and then you're going to have a brief stop as we change the plastic colors and paint apps, and then go from there. And then you've got the same people that are making the brawn toy out of the same mold, making Bran, Braun's brother,
Yeah.
or whatever fiction we want to put together for it.
I love Bran.
And then you make a bunch of those, and so you've got the same mold setups and everything, but instead what's happening is, you're breaking down the molds and everything, training people on how to make the next toy, how to assemble the next one with the various powered screwdriver devices, so that you're not using jeweler stuff and gorilla fingers to try to tap screws. And then, going on from there, instead you're coming back to some, frequently it was 2 or 3 year old molds.
I say Lee Calba just pointing out Brand, the drummer for Mastodon.
Yeah. And stuff like that. So that's where QC fails happen, because you don't have the time to make sure that your molds are working well.
Yeah.
In the first place, the people that are assembling them aren't they've not made a few thousand of these to know what's good and what's not good. They're making a few hundred of them, and that's it.
And then I would learn, years down the road, kind of crossing over a little bit with the end of FunPub, how important it is to show up in person at an overseas factory to establish face-to-face relationships, and then kind of inferring that not only was that probably not happening much from the FunPub side, but that maybe their communication was, let's just say, maybe a bit brusque, or maybe a little bit not engendering camaraderie that you may want. And then I think that explains the QC things a lot more in my hindsight mind, is that a factory floor manager's oh, who's this for? Oh, them. Whatever. I don't care. Just...
Yeah. This is not going to our major customer. We're trying to squeeze this in between this run and this run for our major customer. And then, not having people on hand, I'll say, in the aviation industry, can make significant issues from time to time. Mm-hmm. Just because nobody, the number of times that there are questions in my industry that could be easily answered with a turn to the person at the desk next to you and say, hey, I got a question about thing. And that person can go, oh, yeah, it's this, versus I got to write up an email. I got to explain it in the email. I got to do all this stuff. I can make an assumption. And aviation, that stuff gets caught before it's planes falling out of the sky. But when it's toys, fucking close enough, ship it.
Also, the Tigatron with half the head missing, I think is most likely, as my hypothesis, that looks like the kind of thing a factory floor person does to go this will make it fit.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, even then, that's a thing that I don't even know, who molded the head in the first place. Because somebody would have had to make a head mold.
Well, they did turnarounds, right?
Or so even just a skull. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is they did turnarounds of this is what Tigatron's head looks like. Put it in there? Or did somebody make a Sculpey version of it, put it on that mold, and then say, yes, this will fit? Or did they just ship it off and then we get head no fitty fitty?
Yeah, but we are, as Slayer Zoop has pointed out, we are, whatever we're talking about with aviation is separate from Boeing Company, and whatever fun stuff they're getting up to nowadays. I do want to also just shout out, because I missed this, Axel Nightmare saying my mom seems like a social butterfly. Every story I have about her is lovely. My mom would bristle at the notion that she's social at all. Which is really funny, because she's very good at making friends, and she constantly claims, I don't have any friends. And it's I just have these people who want to hang out with me, and I don't know how to communicate to her.
Mother, that is what a friend is.
Because she's just I don't really have any friends. And it's I just have these people who keep wanting to have lunch with me and stuff. And it's
if she does that again, tell her Aaron wants to come and have lunch with you from across the continent and another country.
Yeah, but then Aaron's just one of my unofficial kids. He's just one of the adoptees. He's
You get that by being a cool person that people want to be friends with.
My mom even... So I tried to tell my mom, not to just tangent one more time, I tried to tell her it's because she has a certain inherent level of charisma. And then she's like, I don't have charisma. And I'm like, people don't... You can't complain about people wanting your time and also say you don't have charisma. You, it's the... Dictionaries! You can't... Anyway, Hasbro updates the Built-to-Rule site with Energon Built-to-Rule figures. I believe all those did come out. Inferno, Ironhide, Optimus Prime, Scorponok, and Sky Blast.
I think so, yeah.
We got a Micromasters number 3 preview. Bringing the punk back to Transformers.
A Micromaster makes a deal with the devil and an unholy alliance is formed with Shockwave. If you can't tell, I'm doing the fingers. The devil fingers. The repercussions of which could spell disaster for the Autobots, Decepticons, and everyone in between.
That's real punk.
The stage is set for the final confrontation as Countdown, arguably the most punk of Micromasters, tries to rally others to his cause, but with a new villain organizing his own assault. It might be a battle that everyone loses.
Like, not to keep calling this out, that synopsis is just a Transformers ass synopsis. This character has an alliance with Shockwave, whose machinations may affect everybody, and there's going to be a final confrontation with character and unknown antagonists. And it's like, oh, this is punk. You're redefining the genre, brother. The bummer is, I remember Micromasters was actually, artwork aside, like, fine. Like, it was one of the most base-level fine of the Dreamwave era comic books that I had read when it was new, at least. Cena Nova, I recall the Energon figures in Built-to-Rule were an improvement, but the bar was kind of on the floor. That is my understanding as well. Is they were better.
As a Legoman, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the Built-to-Rule and later Creo things were not built with the underlying principles of Lego builds, of that it should be self-supporting. You should be able to, like, thunk it on a table and not have parts fall off because there's just a thing that's hanging out there unsupported.
The throwing horns, ASL for I love you if you hook out the thumb. Yeah, because there's, like, the horns, there's the hook out for the ASL, or is it straight?
The thumb out for ASL is I love you, because that's the pinky is I, the index finger and thumb is L, and the thumb and pinky finger is Y, so ILY.
My middle finger is too tied to the tendons of this one, and it's fighting me real bad when I do this with the thumb out.
Okay.
But this was also this is the Shaka. And then that's
the Shaka is thumb and pinky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all fighting. They're all tied together too much. Someone friggin' needs to design better tendons.
I think I may have video lag from you doing the Shaka. Oh yes, YouTube has kept me from being actually live too. I'm now back in time live.
Long was here says I'm throwing up the gang signs. Did you know once in the aughts, I went to a cafeteria with a big black hoodie, right, that had a big Decepticon symbol embroidered on the front, and someone literally was like, "Is that a gang thing you're wearing?" Because this is before 2007, and I still think about that sometimes. Oma Ender, how does one know that someone has become a friend and isn't just someone you talk to often? So having had this conversation with my mom like 15 times, a big part of it is that the concept of a friend is itself a very malleable notion. Like, my own perception of it is I often feel a little bit overly forward if I refer to people as friends, unless they do it first. I'll always go to friendly acquaintances. But I sometimes feel like, oh, am I overstepping a boundary by saying this? However,
that's why you've never said I love you first?
Exactly. Because I don't want to friggin' be a creeper. But there are also people I have met in life who will just say, they'll meet you once and go like, oh yeah, my friend over here. And it's like, that's fine. So there is, I think it's less about the words and more about the passion.
It's like lowercase f and uppercase f.
Yeah.
Hey, we are friendly, therefore we are lowercase friends. Chris, I will hide any number of bodies for you, so capital letter F.
Yeah, we're on mafia level. So we're friends because we're not mutuals on Blue. I don't even. I got over the mutuals equals friends thing on Twitter even because I was like, this is too much for me to think about. So I just sometimes I click follow, sometimes I don't. It doesn't really matter if it's me doing it. I am as far from follow his friends as you can get. So like I just manually check on people more often than I'll scroll my feed, which I guess is the most creeper thing I could do, to be honest.
How's your breathing during that time? Is it clear or is it like raspy?
It depends how many good pictures they're taking. But yeah, thoughts on the word oomphy? I want to know the etymology because I've seen it. I don't mind it, but I don't understand where it came from. Zero. I'd like to think Vangelus and I are friends. The F is lowercase, but there's that E peeking up in there. Yeah, I am always down to be friends with folks. Vangelus stalking people on Blue Sky, not clickbait. Confirms with this clip. Oomph. One of my friends and E for E. So one of my friends. Oh, it's fine because it's a comfortable sounding word. I don't mind oomphy. I don't think I really use it that much myself. It's not rolling out naturally, but like, thank you, Small Dream. I have wondered for a little while like what the etymology of oomphy was. Took some decent pictures of the Scourge KO. Yeah, Lee, you tagged me in those. I hit the blah. I like this. I looked at that at like a funny time of the day. It was the byway Scourge? I can't remember the name. Oh, man, because I know I generally don't have friends, but there's a couple folks I talk to in a server too often. I mean, I would say, at the very least, you could call folks you talk to often, like, buddies.
Yeah.
And then that gets into, like, the realm of, like, you know, some Dark Place stuff, like, you and he were buddies. And it's like, yeah, what is buddies? And then you can get into, like, what is buddies versus pals? And then that's where you hit my level of overthinking, to which you could just say, like, you know, offhand at some point in the conversation, hey, just out of nowhere, I appreciate y'all being my pals on here and talking to me. And then, you know, see if they friggin' flip a table over and go like, you would presume to lay me twixt buddy and pal?
Acquaintance, buddy, pal, guy I know, guy that can get stuff, friend. Friend.
I like that I know precludes can get stuff. Sometimes it's the other way around. You just happen to know a guy who gets you stuff, and you're like, hey, let's listen. I appreciate the stuff. The Shade of Evangelist, Stalker of Men. I mean, hey, listen. I put a lot of work into my craft, whatever it is I'm doing. Student says, I just go the parasocial extreme, assume everyone on my screen is clearly my bestest friend. Yeah, I mean, listen, I can, what do you call it? I can sink my teeth into some of those parasocials now and then. I've been there. Self-awareness is the most important part about parasocial behavior. You gotta at least catch yourself if you're doing it.
And there you go, all the way up to the guy that slept, in my couch? I
set
you just sheets on top of it. Yeah, how did you get in the couch?
Sometimes you just got a tunnel, you know, you gotta... Sometimes
messing with physics in my house.
Sometimes you got a wolf spider it and just going blah, 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 just like you're underneath the pillows.
Yeah, produce fountain that's right in line with our particle accelerator. See what happens. Come to spot.
Lee, I actually identify that a lot. Actually, assume people only tolerate me. That's kind of one of my default states. I'm still working on. Because you know, folks have literally said that is not the case, but that's like one of my brain cycles where I'm just like, what do you call it? I'm like, finally, I've run out of the resource they enjoy getting from me. I'm never gonna hear from them again, and it's just a very like, what do you call it? It's a bad brain cycle I go through now and then. I refer to it as annoying, because I have had it verbally confirmed to not be the case, and yet it still purveys anyway. By the way, Universe Soundwave and Space Case were released. as well as
So-
a...
I was going to say, looking at those are the Machine Wars and Flip Changer ones. Those are not the...
Yeah.
A few years later, they did repaints.
I had a moment when I saw Universe Soundwave going like, that's not possible.
Yeah.
See, Rekgar AO did up a review of Devil's Due. So this is the Devil's Due G.I. Joe versus we're in now. Victory Fandub number 6. We're not in the real good stuff yet, but I just recently found a bunch of the Victory Fandub stuff, and I clipped out my Great Shot performances, which were better than I remember. So I have those on hand now in my clips. I gave Great Shot a drawl. Transformers fan site references in War Within Volume 3. Where? Oh, there's a faded TFW. I remember that vaguely, kind of. Last figure of the Wind Charger campaign released. That's a Toys R Us thing. Bill's Toys and Games coming in again with the Battle in the Box images. This is a... What is this? October previews. I don't want to read all that. Is there Micromasters in here? Let me take a look.
World Order, Legacy, Unicron, End of Road, Cybertron Redux.
No, this is going out of... Yeah, this is
Those
Devil's
are
Due
Titan
now.
books. 3H Productions.
Uh-huh. There was a Pat Lee thing here that already looked like something that was not going to come out.
So this has got Energon 30.
Okay, so that did come out. One Shall Fall. In the frozen wastes of the Yukon Territory.
And quite possibly the last time.
What is this? Transformers G.I. Joe Divided Front number 3? That's art by Pat Lee, so I'm guessing that one never happened. Unless that's from the Scorponok BET era stuff they were doing.
Read Axel Nightmare's thing there. You need the brain juice.
For your reassurance, you're generally a national treasure. No, I'm not! Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind. I was just talking about that somewhere else. About like that was in one of the art servers I'm in. About like how to receive compliments in a way that is respectful of the complimenter, so that you are not, because as someone who has a habit of brushing off compliments to some degree, or did at least, like I had to teach myself to accept them, because part of, if you brush off compliments, that can also become very like demeaning to the complimenter unintentionally. But then I find, like, I say that's very kind a lot, and I have identified that that's like almost an auto response I have, but I do actually mean it, but I say it constantly, and it always makes me start second guessing whether I am coming across insincere. You see the pattern, by the way? Second guessing constantly when 99% of people go like, no, nobody thinks that. That's another thing I've identified. How about some... Hey, Aaron, how about some kickball?
Yeah.
We got a picture of an Energon kickball.
Kickball.
Chaos Muffin bought an Energon kickball. Click read
No,
more.
that he purchased, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the beginning of the read more era, but
Where's
those are dead because this is...
It's not there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Summaries for Superlink. 38 to 40. Superlink Black Rodimus Convoy. I'm guessing was it's a TV magazine exclusive. Binaltech Meister Pictures. Number 16 reissue, the Insecticons. That was a solid reissue. That was a value-packed reissue. Masterpiece Soundwave Kit. I kind of remember this. Someone, because they're both boxmen. Someone took a 20th anniversary prime and kit bashed it into a Soundwave. And in robot mode, I remember it looking pretty good.
This is a link that's taking long enough to load that it might be trying.
Over on
Maybe.
Transtopia. That's another name that has aged in an interesting way.
Nope, it died. Let's see.
Damn it.
Archive has archives.
Face, you guys want to play kickball? I don't know the Simpsons voice who said it. I'm
A bunch of broken images.
Damn it! Because now I have a fuzzy image in my head of what this custom looked like, and
Try a different archive date, maybe.
yeah,
Oh.
Transtopia was TF Master's site, so TF Master passed away in 07, and I believe the
Masterpiece Soundwave was created using a 20th anniversary Optimus Prime, a Creative Labs 64 megabyte Nomad MP3 player.
Oh,
2
Jesus.
small
Hell yeah.
speakers and a 20x stereo amplifier built from scratch components. Entire kit bash took about 3 months to complete from start to finish. Was created using styrene, epoxy putty, window tint, and parts cannibalized from other sections of the Prime figure. It features a working cassette door that fits the G1 cassettes, including that figures because of small design flaws were unable to fit in the original G1. A slot in the side to fit the MP3 player, which is completely removable. Amplified sound powered by a 9-volt battery. Show accurate details based on the Palisade statue and original G1 footage. Head designed done by Transtopia's own TF Master. Full articulation from the original figure, but a completely new alt mode.
I don't think I had a Nomad branded player, but I did dabble around them at the time. I was a real big portable MP3 player nerd in the aughts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have an image in my head of what this looked like. Very fuzzy one, but yeah, it worked pretty well, is what I remember.
Yeah.
At the time, at least. Let's see. Repro Labels got G2 Starscream ATB stickers. No CyberCon Expo in the fall. Damn. An update on Ken of Transrepro. Let's see. It sounds like things are going well. Ken got a gift. The workshop is cleaned up and organized. Yeah, it sounds like at least in 2004 September, late September, Ken is doing well. RM Transcon 4 is this weekend in Texas. Let's see. We got product preview for Alpha Quintesson, and the Kicker and Highwire 2-pack. Small Toy Stores Convoy. This is the teeny tiny little just like nugget Optimus that doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Sosuke Sagara. I vaguely recall that eBay seller name. Put up the Energon Dinobots. Bill's Toys and Games. It's going to be at RM Transcon 4. I still feel like I'm coming off of all that OTFCC stuff. Like, that was kind of a...
Yeah.
20 years later, still kind of like, whoa, it's happening kind of feeling.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was like... It was the big promise.
Yeah.
At the time. Because it was the official one. And then it, like, didn't show its thing. And then Botcon came around and they were like, hey, we're better than that. And we thought they were real strongly for quite a while.
Oma Ender saying, gotta max out the estrogen to get into Transtopia. True. So gate-capped. Can't believe it. Hey, look, Chris McFeely of the Transformers.net forums. Who the hell is this kid? Posted images of the Region 2 RID box set. Let's see. Alternate Ravage, Meister Auction. This feels like it's just like we're finding toys we're not supposed to yet season is September of 04. Universe and Energon Gestalt in package pictures. Update on the 3H situation from Transformers.com. Hasbro continues to work towards resolution of the outstanding product orders between fans and 3H Productions. Please know that we have been working diligently to come to a solution as quickly as possible, and want to thank you for your continued patience. Of course, we will keep you posted as we have additional information. That's
super corporate for just give us some time here, man.
Yeah, that's super corporate for just like, stop asking us.
Yeah, no. All of Hasbro has stopped exactly what we're doing to get you your robot toy.
Screech!
That's what we're doing right now. Yeah. No, for real. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. The Hassenfeld brothers, we pulled them out of the grave.
We pumped them full of punk rock energy. And it was kind of wild, just because like at the time I think there was just this implication that like yeah, the toys are done. Just need boxes. Yeah. And it was wild that it took like a year for all of that to finally come together, because it was like the whole time, because it wasn't coming together, and we didn't know a ton about how toys work still. Not to say we do now, just we've accumulated more bits and pieces, but there was this purveying thing. It's like, until the toys are shipping, like, how do we know that anything was in those pallets? How do we know those were just a big, like, 10 test shots and a bunch of empty plastic trays? Like, it was kind of wild. There's Universe 6 train. Those 6 combiners coming out, that was still so cool. Just suddenly turning those into domestically available molds. The Info Center got a revamp. The Guide to Reading Transformers via Titan reprints. Oh, an actual error.
Yep, still a bunch of errors. So yeah, this is still in a lot. I don't think this was the Energon Wave. I think this was the goddammit, why does Tony keep hosting this on a computer that's in his office?
Yeah.
Because I think the more I think about it, I feel like the Energon Wave was the first one. And then it was this. And then the last one. And now it should be on appropriate separate backups.
Yeah, the multi-year learning process of running a site that suddenly becomes even more popular. Yeah. Let's see. There's tons of new Tony Bacala music online. Let's go click newest joints. Yeah.
Nope.
Toys R Us has that 2-pack in stock. Don Figueroa to pencil the upcoming Beast Wars miniseries. Did the Dreamwave Beast Wars miniseries happen? Because I don't remember. I guess I'm just asking the viewership, because I'm sure someone can clue me in. Hello, Cliff. Because I think I'm mixing up if that happened with the profile books. It became the IDW Beast Wars miniseries. Okay, thank you, Griff. Yeah, I was like having a fuzzy memory moment. This is exciting. The Red Binaltech Meister is a clone? Apparently is a clone or son. That goes under the name of Zoom Zoom. That is such a... Still one of the loveliest ideas they ever had, that is also, like, highly, like, almost toxically ridden with branding, but in a way that kind of works. Because it's like, this is more exciting than just continuing with the whole, like, yeah, they just can quantumly split their personality brain across multiple bodies. Because, like, it's neater when that is just Smokescreen's bit, I think. In that little continuity. Introducing the return and rollout lyric sheet. Oh, this is the Malachi Brothers thing. That's an article, so that's going to not work, I assume. Meyer has got the Battle in Box... I remember it's Meyer now, because it's the German pronunciation. Has got the Battle in Box sets. The Info Center. TFCon 2004 documentary from Evantainment, the group! I didn't know... Wow, that's cool. I guess Evan is the one of the AV guys at TFCon, goes under Evantainment as well. Because yeah, I guess this is when they started doing the documentaries. Because Evan does like a documentary for every year, which is really a really neat idea.
So fun story time. I clicked on Evantainment's page and my Threat Blocker Pro popped up and was like, "Oh, do you want to do this?" And I went, "Surely it's not there." No, I said I trust this guy, wise or not, and it's his page. It's basic page.
Is it just not have the S or something on the HTTP?
Yeah.
Oh, Evan. Well, no, that's just because. Well, no, because this is without the HTTP. This should go to.
Yeah. Now when I click on it, it does. I don't know if it's still within the hold time or not, but I don't know.
I mean, y'all can go check out Evantainment on YouTube as well. By the way, Evan runs the TFCon YouTube channel to very little fanfare and has more footage than he has time to post. So if you want to see things from a TFCon past, he probably has footage of it. And if you can't find footage of it, go to the TFCon YouTube page and post somewhere like, "Hey, do you have this? I'd like to see it. Vangelus told me to do this." And then he will know what to pull out and post.
Or to totally ignore.
Because
you told him Vangelus sent me.
No, he'll listen. If you say Vangelus said to do this, and he's like, "Uh-oh, he's gonna check on me." because I'm gonna come like sauntering in at LA, going like, "Hey Evan, can I get it? Can I get it the footage of my panels again? By the way, did you hear from all the people I said to bug you? Because you told me to tell them to bug you." Because I'm not initiating this idea. Evan is the one who had that idea of like he told me basically he was like, I don't really like know what people want to see, and even if because analytics, to be a little bit controversial, because analytics kind of just don't work for a singular person trying to run a channel. It's very hard to gauge what people actually want to see on that channel. So tell him what you want to see on that channel. There's a big Toys R Us sale, by the way. Buy 2 get 1 free on Transformers. Do we get BOGO Transformers anymore? Or BOTO?
I know that occasionally Target will have a like buy one get one 40% off type of thing on toys.
Yeah. I just don't see it as much anymore in my own availabilities over here in Canada. I might miss some. The Honda S2000 alternator is Wind Charger? I think it actually was Wind Charger.
Yes, it was. Because the license plate says Wind Charger.
Yeah. But the overdrive version was the true version. Because he has the gas line or whatever, the exhaust pipe. In package. Energon combiners. These are the Energon versions. Because, they're the ones that are actually packaged. And not in a box. Take it easy, Robot Lore Keeper. Opinion on the new Studio Series Q. I'm hyped because Q is gorgeous. He's a beautiful robot. Fan cam incoming. Another Toys R Us sale. Purchase over $20 to get a basic for free. So, okay, 2 deluxes and a basic for free. Buy an alternator, get a free basic. Buy a reissue, get a free basic. That's actually not a bad deal.
Yeah.
That would be a great way to get core class moving if it was not over. Universe Ultra Magnus assembly error.
Thanks to somebody.
Thanks to Valkysis of our 2005 boards. Is this the one? Is Universe Ultra Magnus the Rid Ultra Magnus? Or is it? I don't remember which one it was. I'll go look at the thread. I want to get shown a funny post. The Armada Deluxe. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. The Supercon Optimus Prime redone as Magnus. Right. I remember now. The sliding sleeves were on the wrong arms. That's messed up. That's that seems difficult to fix because they were on rivet sliders, right? If I remember right.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So we got pictures from RM Transcon. Does Robot Monster Toys still work?
Sorry, I'm going through that thread.
Oh.
It was just like a news and rumors, and it lasted a whole 2 pages. At least at the time they hit it. Robot Monster Toys. It's another one of those that says it's trying to load, but I doubt it will.
Yeah, I would. I don't know. That
no.
It's either gone or it has rebranded. So yeah, if it's gone, it's gone. You can now. Hey, you can now watch Energon cartoon episodes through CartoonNetwork.com.
Hold on, let me try that. That website works. Oh no, wait a second. It's just max.com/channel/Cartoon Network. Yeah. You can't even keep Cartoon Network as the header thing for it. You gotta bundle it all into. Can't even be HBO Max because I don't know why.
No, I don't know what that is. I only know of Max. I've only ever heard of Max.
We're in the worst timeline, I swear.
I mean, the Cartoon Network side, didn't they also like just take all the Cartoon Network branding literally off the building when they?
Yeah.
You know, this whimsical
had
building.
A dude out there with a paint scraper.
Rip all the whimsy off this building. Thank you. Universe Rail Racer, first pictures. That's the 6 train. Fully painted pictures of Wind Charger. fan event in Dublin, California this Saturday. You can get Peter Cullen's autograph. Oh, in a contest. Okay, he's not actually there.
The Amazon.com links work.
Oh, for the book listings.
Out of print, out of print, out of print.
Glow-in-the-dark sticker book. This looks baller. Holy moly, this is... That Unicron sticker kind of rules.
Yeah.
I'd smack that onto something.
That'd be like your whole laptop back.
Yeah. And it would glow in the dark. You'd be the sickest kid at the LAN party.
Uh-huh.
Generation 1, Volume 3. Oh, I remember these covers. The pocket book. Yeah, isn't this the okay, pocket stuff. I thought this was the Cinemanga. I guess it's the pocket reprint of Energon stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Weren't those the like cut down ones?
Yeah, they were like Wii. They're supposed to resemble manga, I think. But the Cinemanga was like the screen caps of the TV show, if I recall correctly. Aaron, those are the Dreamwave Tankobon. Oh. And yeah, Dublin, California. California being near Ireland. Yes, Long was here. God generous special parts auction.
Come on, Yahoo Japan. Keep these images for 20 years. Nope.
I'm a little less excited this time around. Hopefully the final colors will perk it up.
Yeah.
Finally. Finally! What was this originally? New Tank Megatron test shot images. From 2006. Was this 2-pack Megatron? Damn it. I think this was a green 2-pack Megatron.
Maybe.
Because people are like paintball. Alright, we got the Cartoon Network adding Energon number 31, so you can... Oh, wow. Okay, so on CartoonNetwork.com, you can watch episodes 29 through 31 at your leisure.
Mm-hmm.
Dreamwave Transformers number 8. By the way, recently caught that some of my misfired memories of the state of Dreamwave's G1 ongoing were malformed by... Because I was always remembering all these bits and pieces where I'm like, was this true? Was this not true? And because, dumbass got himself caught being a dumbass for like the 14th time, Matt Moylan was the reason why some of those weird rumors were going around back when Dreamwave lost the license. At which point he had apparently a borderline legal threat put upon him by the writers of the ongoing or something like that. This is a whole funny thing. Matt Moylan's a goofball dumbass. Dreamwave December solicitations. Energon number 30 still.
Energon 30, which would be...
The end.
The end. So this is probably also like the end of Transformers Generation 1, number 12.
The data tracks.
5 begins now.
I don't know if the data tracks ever came out, because I don't remember that word. Return of Optimus Prime poster. A dynamic poster by Dreamwave's head honcho, Pat Lee. The Insecticon cover was the last G1 issue. What was data tracks, though? Like I remember more than meets the eye the Profiles books. I just don't recall data tracks coming out, but I might have just ignored it, too, when it came out.
Trying to find images.
Battletech Meister out in Hong Kong. Energon Quick Strike, which is the repaint of Bulkhead, who is Springer, basically. Energon Wave 2 Deluxe is out in Ireland, found at Toymaster. Data Tracks was their anniversary annual, I think. Oh. Because, yeah, they were like, this has profile... Oh, right, expanded profiles for... Wait, for the female Autobots in Sunstorm. I like the capitalization, like, implying that female Autobots was a trademarked name or something that they might have had.
Yeah.
What's the line? Was it females? Because everyone does Shockwave going female, and I'm always like, but that's Ferengi though. Like that's the female Autobots wearing clothes, doing business. That's the trick, by the way. Is you got to imagine that you have the false teeth in, and then you get the true Ferengi voice. We got Chinese sets in DVD and VCD for Transformers Generation 1 Seasons 1 and 2. Yeah, it's just stuff coming out now. Repro Labels did stickers for World's Smallest Bumblebee. I wonder if that's like some of their first custom stickers or something like that.
Could be.
Pronounced extremely bruntishly. You permit your women to wear clothing? It wouldn't be your women. It would be, you permit your females to wear clothing? And they speak? I haven't done Ferengi voice in a while because, like, we're most all of us are off Twitter now, so people got less garbage to drama read. I like my Ferengi voice though. It's fun. It's fun to apply to things. Griff just found data tracks on TF Wiki. It never came out.
Okay, yeah, that tracks.
Bill Stores and Games contest to win a Predaking for his 1-year anniversary. So his shop lasted
Couple of years?
3 years, if it was 06, when everything was goofy.
Yeah.
Alternators in stock. New releases. First full review of Superion Maximus. I remember this got me hype. I don't know if popculturepuka.com still works.
It's giving me the loading lag that makes me think it's a no.
Damn it.
However, that is clean enough of a link that the Wayback Machine may be good to me here.
Folks, I got this problem. I get dry elbows, and I keep forgetting to moisturize my elbows. And then I'll do it once, and I'll be like, there, I fixed them. And then I'll forget for like another week to moisturize my elbow. Now I got a scratchy elbow.
Text is there on the Wayback Machine, but no images.
This isn't an Aaron written one, so I'm less interested if it's just...
Yeah. But it's the same style. It's like 2 or 3 sentence paragraphs for each part.
Yeah. Dry elbows remind... Yeah, I gotta work in, like... If I ever figure out how to get, like, whatever... I don't know what the YouTube version would be, but the things where things can pop up because people did something, and I could get the, like, moisturize your elbows thing. Hold on. We gotta go... Sorry, you didn't see that. We gotta do this slowly. Alternators Tracks decals now available on reprolabels.com. So yeah, they're getting into the custom stickers game. If they weren't already... Well, I think they were a little bit off and on, but it feels like Repro Labels is now hitting their stride. Anyway, Sacha Baron Cohen, a.k.a. Ollie G, in Transformers movie? Don Murphy, as subtle as always, has dropped by his official boards to drop some Transformers hints. I will try to help you here. Ollie G is Sacha Baron Cohen. Borat is Sacha Baron Cohen. It's the same forking guy. He transforms into different characters. He is even playing the gay Bruno on the show. And maybe a gay Transformer or two. What's he talking about? What was the context?
I have no idea. Because he would post, like, random stuff. And it was always a question of, like, is this a real thing? Is this some smokescreen thing? Is this some he got high on the toilet? Like,
I don't remember this era at all.
I remember this being so random and so nonsensical about stuff that I just, like, never
He
thought about it being a thing. Like it's so much noise that even if there is something good in there, the signal to noise ratio was so high that like didn't even deal with it.
He wanted to throw off that Moriarty guy. Just posting absolute garbage nonsense. Anyway, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
We can say now, 20 years later.
Great stuff on. So I did another link to that, and that somebody from the donmurphy.net, we're quoting Don Murphy, maybe gay Transformers or two. Oh, I knew Spielberg's PC crap would infect this movie.
God damn! I forgot that was what they had before SJW was PC, was the word.
Yeah.
It was PC, then SJW, then woke, then DEI. The chain ever continues.
I'm sure there were things in between, but yeah.
Woke Spielberg. That's great. Because if this happened, it would not have been respectful whatsoever. The idea that this PC take...
So, somebody further down, I think if you ask Don a simple question that's direct, like, what is your favorite food? He would answer that more directly. But if you ask him something like, let's know more about you, I would probably do the same thing and send you a link to a link with a book about me. Then again, I could be wrong. Even if you did ask him a more direct question, he would still send you to the book due to the time restrictions he has in his life, which is understandable. Like, he's posting on his own forums to just, like, get other people excited about what he's doing. He's going to take the time.
I was looking at
and then the same guy saying he's too far busy with his time restrictions. By the way, it shows that you're obviously listening to and taking the time to respond to all of us. You're a very important person and well-known. Most people like you would not even care to think twice about our opinions or even take the time to answer us. I just want to say thanks for taking the time and caring. After saying he clearly has time restrictions. Blah, 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 blah.
Is that self-loathing? Is that self-loathing?
I don't know.
I was looking over I don't... Maybe I missed this when I was on message boards. The idea of, like, Spielberg bringing his PC crap into our movies. Like, I don't... that neuron isn't connecting for me, because I don't remember people being weird like that till the late aughts at the earliest. But maybe because the language is different. Because also, Lee Calba, you're right. Like, PC had a long run because you didn't have YouTube grifters and incels running into the ground. Yeah, like, you don't have people saying it 50 times a day. So you don't have politicians attempting to take on the lexicon in ways that make me want to both forehand and backhand them. Aaron Roth, DEI, Don Murphy eviscerating independent critics from Ain't It Cool News. Yeah, that works. You gotta just, capitalize the right parts. I don't remember this Ain't It Cool News beef either. This is weird.
Okay, so that guy asking Don a bunch of questions about stuff. Which is your favorite TF series? He answers G1, Headmasters, Master Force, Victory, Beast Wars, RID, Armada, Energon.
That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Just list all of them.
That's all of them at this point. Yeah.
Long was here making PC retro again when. Yeah, I have become it's so careful. You got to do it in places full of friends, but like just taking their garbage and not Zone. He heard the fan dub and he was like, that Countdown actor, screw him. And we got some what is it? Dreamwave review, so that came out. Meister translation. Transformers.com updates bios. Right, this is I think we talked about this before. This is like part of that like ever swirling spiral of the ways tech specs would come out.
Mm-hmm.
In 50 different forms. So Towline, his quote. He actually had a quote. A soldier's greatest asset are his comrades. And then Downshift's quote. If I can't beat you in battle, I'll beat you on the road. These quotes suck.
Are any of the tech spec quotes truly that great?
I mean, some of them
that are good.
Some of them carry. Towline's quote is okay because it's funny when you realize he's talking about his trailer, right? But Downshift's quote is just like friggin', "I'll fight you!" Exclamation mark. That was a Discord noise. You did hear that. Don't worry, it's not yours. Let's see. Downshift is fast graded. Good. He's considered a good soldier, one of the men. Toneland's devotion to Autobots. Toneland's strength makes him known to outwit many Decepticons. He does not seem to be a good soldier, though, or one of the men. So, Megatron has personally warned his warriors to never underestimate Toneland. That's why we never saw him on screen, because he was too busy doing useful things.
Yeah. That's the whole joke of the there was somebody that had a skit online of like, the reason why stuff happens when James Bond is around is because there's the like 3 competent spies in the background that are actually doing everything. Well, this stuffed shirt named James Bond. I'm Bond, James Bond. Oh, like the name of the
everyone's
super
staring
spy
at him.
that did all the other stuff 2 years ago in Hong Kong. Same name as that, James Bond. Oh no, I work at Universal Exports. Oh, the same Universal Exports as the known front for MI6. No, the other one.
I want a martini. Have you seen the laser I can shoot out of my pen? They're all literally like cats watching the laser pen.
Meanwhile, there's some dude with super thick glasses in the background just fixing, rebooting some printer on a POS terminal at a sales thing that's actually getting inside of the network in order to hack away the secret laser files.
By the way, Aaron Roth did call it one of the. There are many G1 tech spec quotes that evolved and lived through the years. One of them being the Soundwave one. Cries and screams are music to my ears. That's just some metal good stuff. Because I saw James Bond 2. I always think about James Bond Jr.
Yeah.
Because his intro, I always remember his intro. His voice actor being extremely soft spoken. It's like, I'm Bond, James Bond Jr. And he'd always like throw in the junior in this very like reassuring, like, don't worry kind of tone. And I'm like, what did your dad do? Why would you want to ensure nobody thinks that you're your dad? Like, what did he do? And yeah, the rip. Well, no, James Bond may well become one of the most entertaining things on the planet for like a year, if they really get the rot on with it. Wasn't his uncle James? But listen,
yeah, it was his uncle James Bond, but he's
Listen.
somehow the junior. So is this uncle or is this like uncle?
Have we ever talked about the blue bloods and what that actually means? His dad is simply also his uncle, all right? It's straightforward. Oh, they had to establish he's the nephew to keep James Bond elate. I just assumed it was, blue bloods. It's like with Lucha Libre. Oh, I mean, if he was El Hijo de James Bond, I would think that was a way cooler show. Junior's actually the family name. Sorry, I got distracted by James Bond. I had a guy.
Sorry, I had to go check Wikipedia. Every one of the good guys is like the kid of somebody or the grandkid, because his Q, James Bond Jr.'s Q, is Bond's grandson.
Grandson?
Grandson. Well, yeah, because Q, like, even in the first thing.
Oh, Q's grandson.
Q's grandson.
I thought you meant James
yeah.
Bond's grandson.
No.
Like, what the?
No. Horace IQ Boothroyd III. Gordon Gordo Leiter is Felix Leiter's kid. Yeah.
Yet, Odd Job is still just Odd Job, and he got a tracksuit.
Jaws is still Jaws.
Yeah. Dr. No is green.
Yeah.
Because he's from China.
Yeah.
Dr. No in James Bond Jr. is one of the wildest, like it's like you think you're fixing something, I think. But I don't know what you think you're fixing or how.
Yeah. Oh, because that's definitely into the era of we're making a 30-minute toy commercial.
Oh, very much.
And
Solid
yeah,
toys in there.
Sure, we'll make one of the villains green. That way he stands out from everything. If the turtles are green, those are selling like crazy. We'll make one of our guys green. That way it'll sell.
I had a James Bond Jr. thing that was a submarine that transformed into a motorcycle, and it was kind of sick. Because when it turned into a submarine, it actually sealed up. Like, not waterproof real life, but like all the panels closed up around James Bond Jr. when he was driving it. And I was like, that's pretty cool. James Bond Jr. toy reviews when, if I can find, I don't know if I still have it, but I had Odd Job and I had that motorcycle submarine. The Odd Job could throw his hat, kind of, but it was very hinky. Superlink Constructicon Maximus Combiner revealed this. Yeah, Buildron. I had to get Buildron at the store that was owned by the guy who started Fans Project. Got some magazine stuff. Okay, we've accomplished my goal, but I'm gonna keep going for a bit. We got a cartoon article at MediaSharks.com. Sunstreaker himself has weighed in on the Transformers cartoon. Does this work? Oh wait, Sunstreaker the board user. Never mind. I thought
to look for in a bankruptcy lawyer. Mediasharks.com.
Sigh. So I thought this was written in character as Sunstreaker from the G1 cartoon, just gassing up how great it... What?
No, reacting to you.
Oh!
Sunstreaker was just a character. Yeah.
I thought you had an archive org find.
No.
Shouts out to folks who are sending me kind messages on Discord. Constructicon Micromasters Exchanger is at Case Fresh. What is Case Fresh?
Was that a...
Oh, it's Australian. Okay.
Store?
Yeah, this implies it's Australian. Yeah. Let's see. Next chapter in Vinyl Text Story. Micromasters Exchanger's new section on Transformers.com for exclusives featuring only Costco and Sam's Club. The Radicons have a new home on TFW's image gallery. I think Radicons is still what we call the customizers section. Because Radicons was a Yahoo discussion group about customizing and restoring old Transformers run by Delta Star of ReproLabels.com.
Radicons Customs, yes.
Okay, cool. Because Radicons and Toy Arc kind of just became TFW words that don't mean anything to a lot of people anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it's neat to get the etymology. Lee Cowley, yes, because I posted there. Hell yeah. I still have never made a Transformers custom, I don't think. I think I just posted, like, I dotted metallic paint from a Gundam marker onto a movie toy once. By the way, Hasbro has just trademarked these names. Vector Prime? I don't know. Hardtop? Drench? Doomalok? Blight? Autobot? Skids? Kickback? Knockdown? Thunderblast? Repugnus? Omega Sentinel? Overbite? Longhorn? Wingsaber? Windcharger? And Terrorcon? I don't know. What is it?
What could those be?
Vector Prime? What is there's already, we already have Optimus Prime. Well, we don't need a Vector Prime. That doesn't make any sense. Aaron Ross. Sunstreaker was a documentary and he was filmed in real time. Damn. Where is he now? Superlink clips. Takara campaign. Tom Hanks in the Transformers movie. Inland Empire Strikes Back caught up with Tom Hanks at the premiere for his new movie Raise Your Voice. At the premiere, they asked Hanks, a fan of the series, if he had any interest in being in the movie. To find out what he said, click here and download the audio file.
Yeah, the audio file doesn't work.
God damn it. Toy galleries.
I do like the Transformers movie Just Movie.
Oh! I wonder how that came about. Because there must be a reason for that.
I don't know, but it still includes, like, when you hit that, the master link thing shows stuff about Transformers 1. So apparently that's just movie news? I don't know.
Huh.
There's some sorting going on that's beyond me.
I remember there was a reason why they needed just movie, because I remember it was something similar to that, like some way to like splice out like a very limited slice of news in the aughts, but I forgot why. Alexis Silver, I asked Aaron Archer last year, and he said that Vector Prime is named after the Vector W2. Oh. WWE's Stacy Keebler shows Prime some love. Well, I don't know what that means, but I'm very happy.
Like, is this one of those pictures that we have to, like...
Special thanks to
check
Paul
ages
for
on
bringing
people?
us back some great pictures. Energon premieres on Miguzi tonight. The Miguzi block on Cartoon Network. What the hell is Miguzi?
Was that... Oh, they had different, like, blocks that had the hosts. The, like, fake host stuff. To try to theme things.
Because all I
Is
know
this
is
one of
that there's the, what is it, Toonami had the little space
Yeah.
robot guy everyone flips out every time he films a new clip, or
Yeah.
records a new clip for. Code Lyoko was on it. It replaced Afternoon Toonami. It tried to be Toonami, but wasn't. Miguzi was Toonami's ill-advised replacement. Yeah, Steve Bloom is the space robot guy. I don't know, I'm Canadian. I didn't have Cartoon Network growing up, so I never saw any of this. The Vector W2 was a concept car from the early 90s, by the way. Thank you. Cartoon Network Transformers contest. New content from the fans. New Brandon has transcripts. Oh yeah, transcripts were a thing once. An article about Puffer. And this would be just under 20 years before Puffer would be realized as a real Transformer. Sosuke Sagara from that eBay auction thing has submitted Energon tour reviews for some of these figures. New thread up top, type away, blah blah. Transformers Invasion 2005. I'm guessing
And
this
no
was like an Expo
invasion is
thing.
not a spelling error.
Yeah.
I like when it gets called out like that. Except for it probably actually was. It was just some English. Not,
It was probably supposed to be Invasion Invitation. The pre-Puffer era, yeah. Aaron, since we're coming up on the top of an hour, I wanted to ask, how are you doing as far as scrolling?
probably call this next page the last one.
Alrighty, let's do one more page. Takes us healthily into October. Ramjet may be coming. There's a test shot of G1 Ramjet's wings. I recall this specifically. Like, for some reason. The test shot of just wings. I can't remember if Ramjet actually came out.
Because we got the Seekers, and then they did the Seekers like 2 or 3 times. The, like, regular Seekers. But it was like the cone heads were not seen for a while.
Yeah.
And people thought that, like, well, like, if you have Starscream, you have the other 2 Seekers because there's nothing unique there. And
Yeah.
I
Oh,
there's
Aaron,
more
okay.
discussion.
Innovation Invasion. That makes more sense than Invasion Invitation. Yeah, I can't remember if Ramjet got a reissue or not. I think he did, because didn't Dirge get one?
Was late. I want to say they were later.
Yeah.
And a lot of people wondered if it was like, hey, since it's just the wing parts, did they maybe just like make new molds for that? Versus.
And that would explain the test shot.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, we got combiner bios on the Takara Superlink website with flash animations of the figures combining. Does not work.
Yeah. Even if it worked, it does not work now.
Yeah, super doesn't work. Asian Wave and Anime Play interviews with Pat and Roger Lee. Aaron, do either of these work?
They're Dreamwave production
Damn it!
links, so no.
Did those?
Let me
Yeah, do those way back.
copy link press.
The Roger
Come
Lee.
on and load. There's an archive for it. Let's see if the archive loads. Pick up this issue for the complete interview.
So did anyone get the issue and then scan it so that we can go and see the full interview? Damn it. Well, don't worry. I got a Don Murphy update. Don Murphy's at it again, dropping hints and keeping people up to date, even if it is in his own special way. In a recent thread about possible movie ratings for the new movie, Mr. Murphy had this to say. You want PG-13? You're gonna get PG-13, you bleeper.
I'm glad that any time that Don Murphy talked about the movie, it got front paged. It's so
This is
critical that this was saved.
This is making me resent the current producer gang more, because they're not fun like this.
Yeah.
They're talking in a bunch of producer mouth meal, and whereas the Don Murphy updates at least are message board brain rot, right? Like there's more there's more character to this.
The next one. This is why I'd managed to stay on.
Huge 3H update from Hasbro. Hasbro, October 5th, 2004. Hasbro has filed suit in New York State Court, Monroe County, against 3H Productions in an effort to ensure that collectors of Transformers toys and other merchandise who have paid 3H for certain Transformers-branded merchandise receive their product or are refunded their monies. We are pleased to tell you that we have retrieved the Sentinel Maximus figures from 3H. Because 3H did not have the packaging printed, we are in the process of doing so. Upon completion of the packaging, we will ship the Sentinel Maximus figures to all fans who ordered and paid for them as per 3H's records. We expect the printing to be completed in approximately 4 to 6 weeks, and the figures will ship thereafter. We appreciate your continued patience, and we'll keep you posted on additional details as we continue to work with resolving these issues. This is the real whoa.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Because also it was kind of like, who are they filing suit against? Who is 3H now? I'm assuming it was still Glenn, but like I think there was like a little bit of a nebulous like, who is the entity Hasbro is filing suit against? Because everyone seemed to bail. Anyway, yeah, can you imagine? Yeah, Daddy Hasbro mad. Can you imagine Hasbro doing this to a licensing partner now, like in 2025, going like,
well, I mean, so it's a thing that like. How 3H failed in this is significant, and this is probably just like I would bet there's a level of this is just like the formal thing that has to happen for Hasbro to say, hey, a bunch of money is owed.
Yeah.
And you can, like, you failed your contracts because in your contract you said you were going to provide these things, so this is how we make ourselves whole, and we're going to do this in order to make everybody that you owe whole, because otherwise, theoretically, it'd have to be like a class action lawsuit with everybody that was owed, and then all you're going to get is little chunks of money. So instead, Hasbro could say, hey, we're filing suit. We can probably make this thing go away. Just provide us all the stuff and the information and maybe even some financials that never get mentioned, because we have lawyers that sit around and like do searches for copyright stuff. They actually want a real case, so we can make it a real case, or how about we just take care of this and get it done.
The way they posted it on Transformers.com, the website advertised on their toy packaging, though.
Yeah,
that's
well, again,
I think that's a step. That's just like a real like. This
Yeah.
is almost unnecessary.
Well, again, this is 2004,
Yeah.
and this like the update that we would have had a week or two ago of them saying, "Hey, we're working on it." Like this is the way that they're communicating that, and odds are Hasbro does not have the like email lists
Yeah.
that 3H would have had, because that's 3H's property. So that may also be part of what the suit potentially was, to get all the contact information.
Yeah.
Because that is something that is like, yeah, Hasbro should be able to get that easily from 3H as a licensor, but that's two different companies and that's different data sets, and they can't necessarily compel that if that wasn't part of the original contract. Or
Yeah.
if 3H has just completely thrown their hands up over it, this is the way that you force them to hold to the contract.
It's just wild to me, like, to put it on Transformers.com. Like, even then, it's like, because this could have been done through a different set of communication. This could have been emailed out to fan sites, for instance. Like, slapping it right on the front door is like a real, like, it's like small dream. It's like a call out.
Again, though, this is 2004. Who's to say that the like legal department knows how to interface with fan sites?
Well, yeah, A, you're correct, but B, I would say this also is indicative of we don't really know how to interact with our online messaging for this situation, because, like, I don't know. I think someone must have gone like, are we sure we want to put this on our website that kids go to see what the Transformers are? That there's this thing that opens with the line, has filed suit in New York State Court, Monroe County.
Yeah.
Like, that reads so ugly. Also, Small Dream saying, honestly, with how they're giving Transformers to everyone, I could see this happening again soonish. For sure, but, like, it's going to be such small scale, because the worst thing they're doing with Transformers right now, I guess, you know, this is maybe opinion, but, like, they're handing it out to, like, some of the real truly garbage mobile game shovelware nonsense. The, like, absolute gotcha garbage. That maybe could be something, but it still wouldn't, like, I couldn't imagine them going on Transformers.com, just going like, hey, just so you know, Goofy Gamble Airplane Simulator Gotcha Hoo-Ha is no longer a licensor of Transformers. Because they borderline hide that stuff with the mobile game licensing. They barely talk about it anyway.
Yeah, plus I feel like at this point in time, like, again, I feel like the relationship that they had with 3H coming through Botcons into OTFCCs was a whole lot more like, hey, yeah, we're cool with each other. We've got a contract, but this just makes it official, versus like, no, now here's all the boilerplate.
Yeah.
Here's the 3 places where we can make concessions back and forth. But like, these 83 pages are the stuff that has to be, and this says how we deal with any confusions and stuff. Versus, I feel like what may have rolled into OTFCC was a much smaller version of that.
Yeah. And I mean, it did have to, because there was, you know, I was just talking about it, like, there was so much, like, confusion and speculation as to, like, the state of Sentinel Maximus specifically. Something had to be stated publicly as to, like, the state of the figures, right? Like, do they exist? And so the packaging thing was like, okay, so this, you know, this leads to what would then become the hot topic on the boards, is like, what do you mean they didn't have the packaging printed? But then, like, at least you know the figures exist. For sure. It wasn't just 10 test shots and a pallet of plastic trays or something.
Yeah. And then this also shows, so 4 to 6 weeks, Hasbro saying 4 to 6 weeks means that they're probably even producing they may have even produced those boxes domestically.
Yeah. I feel like we got the info on this somewhere.
And that's, yeah, maybe. And that's something that is, you know, to me really shows that Hasbro was trying to, like, get this resolved as best and as fast as possible, versus like, oh, because again, like, if you go and you look at what that packaging is completely unique. It's a white box. It's got, you know, it's 4-color print. It's got all the stuff that Hasbro had to put on boxes, because it has, like, the ages 4 and up or whatever on it and stuff like that. But it really, it's of a different box material than other stuff that they were making at the time is.
Yeah.
To me, it really seems like they went to somebody that was like a U.S. printer and said, "Hey, we need this done as fast as we can, and get them out," versus shopping it out to. Yeah, they still
expending art department on creating like a packaging graphics design or something. Like Alexis Silver, basically that is what they did. Is they were just like white box with like a kind of austere black band on it, I guess, what the name is in. I think that the question actually came up with was like, could you have just sent us the trays? And I feel like this came up at a Botcon, and it was like, for various reasons of S&P and possibly legal reasons, there had to be a cardboard shell on the tray. Like, they couldn't just send the tray with the toy in it in a bag.
Yeah, I mean, it's... for V-Stream, I'll turn a chat.
Oh.
I mean, it's a proper looking box. It's not.
Oh,
like
I forgot that the artwork was in color. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it so small?
It's the first thing. It's the first thing that came up on a Google search here.
And I just thought that was Discord, but it's so wee.
Like, there it is with the tray.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Pasting images. There's the back. Here's a 3/4 shot. Like, it's a proper box, but it's definitely not like heavily done up.
Yeah.
That doesn't fit a style of anything that was coming out at the time.
It says like the universe logo.
Yeah, it's like their current logo type. Like I said, they gave it to somebody like a designer and said, "Hey, do up a box," and
there we go.
And probably just did a quick one shot pass of, "Hey, like, is this it? Yeah, close enough. Ship it."
Yeah, but I distinctly recall that the question of could we have just skipped the box came up at a Hasbro panel, because I have memories of an answer of it being like, there's no like funny or cool like fandom reason why. There is a very Hasbro ass reason why this required a box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once they were shipping it, it needed to be in a box.
Yeah.
Just, like,
So there is the question of like, could this just have been like a brown box? But my assumption would be, if they were at the point of already having to make a box to fit the tray, it probably was not that far of a thing to like, grab the existing artwork, which I assume this is, and then just sort of, grab hunks of a template, grab the universe logo, pick a font, for Sentinel Maximus. Yeah, I think it had to be demonstrably a Hasbro product, would probably be like another assumption guess of mine. Anyway, to finish this page off, we got Palisades RC statue box images from Primus, who I assume worked on them. Media Center. Oh, wait, I think, yeah, one of these might have been mine. Wait, no, this is Jux's music videos. Okay, never mind. Because some of these are starting to look familiar. Vote for Omega Supreme. Universe figures. The next Optimus? Though blurry, it may be the... well...
No idea what that image is.
Thanks to the Japan Transformers Bulletin Board for the image. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, so that takes us all the way through to October 6th, so we're making good clip. We're making it work. Aaron, thanks again for... I didn't have your... why'd your name thing not come over here with me? Here it is. There you go. Now you're on the line. Aaron, thank you for joining me. We're gonna try to bap out another one or two of these, if we can, before LA. If we can't, then it just means our LA panel will have an ad for one at the end or something.
I mean, it'd need to be this week because I'm leaving on Monday.
Yeah, you're going early.
Because I'm going early.
Yeah. I will ping you about later in the week for probably... I won't try to do 2 more, but it would be fun to try to do 1 more. But yeah, you go get some rest. Thank you again for joining me. Always fun. Always good having my archive.org specialist And
Is there more to that, or you just?
no, you went quiet so quickly. I went to see, like, did he just bail on the call?
Like you we're starting to give more appellations, and you're just like.
And my good buddy, my good pal, my friend Aaron, my special, he's already gone. He's but yeah, I'll poke you later on for figuring that out. But you have a good night.
All right, you too. Take care.
All right.
Good night, everybody. Hopefully we see you at TFCon LA. If not, what the hell? I thought we were cool.
Toronto, if you can get a passport.
Yeah.
Because everything. Yeah, I have a little tangent I'm going to go on. But
okay.
First, you should take off.
You go tangenting.
Yeah. No, the question had come up. We'll say internally, amidst like three of us. It's like, oh, should we try to do a TFCon or convention prep for LA? And I was like, number one, if we're gonna record an episode at TFCon LA, that episode would be a really nice round number, so let's save it for that. But also number two, I don't know how to do in 2025 a convention prep for TFCon LA that is not inherently political. So maybe we'll just wing it. We'll just go. Yeah. I would love for many of you to be able to come to TFCon Toronto, but especially those of you in the States. I'm trying to how do I put this? I'm trying to use whimsical language because I also understand that, like, the state of trying to get a hold of a passport, depending on things, could be kind of complex right now. Usually I just, like, let's make it political, but I'm like, how do I put this? It crisscrosses with some anxieties I'm having about going to TFCon LA as a traveler, that I have spent, like, a good 3 weeks weighing against the personal and friend-related reasons why I'd like to go to TFCon LA. And I feel like for LA, I would mostly be freaking people out, possibly myself. So I decided that let's just go with the round number. But yeah, there's lots of political stuff around. Just around TFCon in America. It is a convention that is run by Canadians. So, given that is now a political topic, the relationship between Canada and America, there's just, it's very, very interesting times we live in. But I am planning to go. Also because when I go to LA, I don't really leave the hotel area anyway. So when I'm there, it's going to be fine. But I did say on Blue Sky, and I would say, just in case, because, sometimes people try to do jokes that don't work. I would say if you are going to TFCon LA, do not bring up the 51st state shit in public spaces. Even if your joke is real funny. Because I know that from some minor experience, that topic can be an anxiety trigger on extremely varying levels for lots of different people. So I would suggest that is not a good idea to bring up at the hotel. Oh, that's Clyde. Thank you, Clyde. I would also suggest that's not a good idea if you're a Canadian going to LA. Less of a bad idea than Americans doing it at a show run by Canadians. But I would still say that is not a worthwhile thing to pursue right now. The bummer is, like, because a year ago, this wouldn't have been anything I'd be really thinking about, because I would be just traveling to a hotel and not really leaving it when I go to the States. But, like, I want to go to TFCon Chicago because that's fairly close to where I live. Travel-wise, I could go from the downtown airport to Chicago. I've done it, like, twice. And I still would like to pull that one off this year for various reasons. But I don't even know how to assume that that's going to work out. So I'm kind of just playing it by ear. So regardless, I would like it. I would like it if lots of people could come to TFCon Toronto, because I think it's the best one. And I think it's very fun. But especially in many specific personal cases, I don't want to like rub it into someone's face of like, all you simply have to do is get a passport, because that's now become a whole thing. So, end of the day, like he's got to. I said this before. Just prioritize yourself first and foremost. That's just that's the important thing. If you don't function, then like your filter through which you are perceiving and it affecting the world around you doesn't work. So you gotta function yourself first. But I will be doing my best, as I often do, to try to get the panel footage of panels I'm involved with, so I can cut it together into a thing that goes online. So whatever I'm doing at a TFCon will be experienceable in some form. Passports are $250 in America. That's interesting. Sigh. But yeah, I always try to make as much of at least the like me doing a thing there side of TFCon. I try to make that as accessible as possible. For folks who did not go, because listen, it's not supposed to be exclusive. The exclusive part is the fact that it was in the same room. We were in the same tectonic plate. That's well enough for an exclusive thing. Because yeah, that's absolutely deranged. That like it's $250 for a passport. That's super messed up. I think I learned that at some not specifically that, but I know that like. American friends told me that like the passport system down there is completely deranged before it got more deranged. But the main reason why I've always encouraged trying to get a hold of a passport if it is within your means, it's less about like you're going to use it in its good times, and it's more about like it is another piece of identification, and it is a thing that can be usable. How do I put this? It's like a better safe than sorry kind of thing, if possible. But totally messed up. Zero. Won't be able to make it to LA this year, sadly. Hoping you all have fun. Yeah, I'm going to do my best. I think the hardest part is just going to be I arrive Thursday night at LAX and then go from LAX to Burbank on like an Uber or something. I'm hoping that anyone else arrives Thursday night who wants to split an Uber. But like that's about it. I've already like planned for the idea that I'm just like solo Ubering, basically. Just applied for mine Friday with picture. It was $200. Yeah, it's 25% off. Sorry, that's 20% off. Yeah, that's 20% off. Took a sec. I remember, yeah, it used to be just driver's license to get to Canada, but like, what I will say is that I have done I won't bring my passport, I'll just do driver's license because I'm going over the land bridge, I'm going over the land border, and every time that the very few times I did, I guess, not every time, they really made it unpleasant that I didn't have a passport. So I was like, I'll just bring my passport. They seem to assume much worse of me if I don't have the passport. Oh yeah, I think Niagara is like, yeah, or at least when I was also a kid, I think Niagara was a little bit more loosey-goosey because like it was such a tourist thing. The fact that you would cross the border to see the other side of the falls and whatnot. But yeah, hopefully everyone's doing as well as they can now that we're in the chatty part. I've been not doing as well as I can, but I'm working on it. I've still got my videos I'm working on. I have managed to affect them, even though I've been in this like hibernative seasonal depressio state. So the Vox shredding of the .org Transformers cards packs, it's all filmed. I have to record some patch audio and fix up the front and back. And the Mecha Invasion reviews are still, the first one is still mostly audio and 1/3 filmed, and I've now written half of the second one, so I'm making progress on them regardless. I think it would be really cool if I got the Mecha Invasion stuff done before I go to TFCon, because that's just a neat landmark, and that means that if I'm on a panel, I can say, yes, and on my channel, I even just recently did videos about the Mecha Invasion construction robots. Yeah, acting all like I know what I'm doing, right? 0. Expedition adds a lot to the passport cost. Once you finally do have it, renewal is pretty cheap. Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know, it's less the cost part, I guess, on the Canadian side, but, like, over here, they added the thing about the, what was it? When I last renewed my passport, they introduced the option for the 10-year version, and that was very valuable, I thought, because, it, like, the less you have to renew it, the less that you have to renew it when also, hey, maybe there's a postal strike going on, or hey, maybe it's a winter vortex and I can barely get out of the apartment building, etc., etc. Griff, mine doesn't expire until 2028. Yeah. Yeah, stuff all got very, very bonkers. Very kooky, very, that's a little bit overly whimsical. So imagine I'm saying it as derogatorily as possible with regards to the situations in the world. Long as you're keeping my spirits up with Tokusatsu. Yeah, I got, I really want to actually finish, because I didn't hate it. I just, like, lost track of it during COVID stuff. But I still want to finish watching Saber. And I still want to finish watching, Ghost. Because I liked them when I was watching them. Just I wasn't like, I gotta finish this! I just liked them while I was watching them. After hearing, Axel Nightmare, after hearing you mention how beneficial walking is, we were inspired to purchase a walking pad. I used to walk like 6 miles a day, and I have surely been missing it. Oh, yeah. That's another thing that got me seasonally depressio, is like, I couldn't walk during the polar vortex, because the friggin' city plows kept blasting over top of the shoveled and plowed sidewalks. So even walking, like, in my little, like, 2-block radius to go grocery shopping and go to the coffee shop, like, the sidewalks were so lumpen and disintegrating, I kept, like, almost falling down every 3 steps. And I was like, I'm really sure I almost rolled my ankle at least like 4 times, and I was like, it's not going to help me if I just injure my ankle. So I was staying in more, and I was like, this sucks. Yeah, Lee, like I've solved the cold part, because I got leggings, and I got enough stuff, and I got, like, a lot of my cloth masks, my good cloth masks with all the pocket and the filters and everything. They also help keep my face warm in cold weather, because when I did go out the first couple times, I was like, I'm just going to run over to the grocery store. And then the polar vortex air, like, disintegrated the inside of my nasal passages. I still am having, like, some tissue, I don't think it was, like, tissue damage, but you know what I mean, like, where it's like, oh, this feels like wallpaper is coming off in there. And that was also messing with me a bit. But yeah, Orodescent, I really liked Saber. I was watching it, I was, like, watching it in hunks while it was on the air, and then I had, like, a final block of episodes after it finished, but then I just got distracted, and I never actually finished watching it. It's a shame, Lee. Yeah, I had to kind of, like, how do you put this? I had to, like, try different leggings, because I needed ones that, like, worked with my body heat. To make the cold unpenetrative. But yeah, it's I don't think it's, like, the same thing, but, like, the cold, like, it affects my nasal passages, and if I don't put gloves on, which sometimes I don't, because I just keep my hands in my pockets and it's a bit easier, if I then carry something and not think about it, like, my hands get all screwed up if I leave them exposed to sub -10 Celsius for, like, too long. And, like, the way I put it is probably someone going, like, yes, Chris Vangelus, that's called being tissue damaged by the cold, as humans tend to. But, like, I don't know, it's, like, something specific to me. Specific feeling to me, I should say. Alexis Silver, glad we moved out of polar vortex into false spring. Yeah, like I said, I was sweating today, because it's, like, 3 degrees Celsius, but amidst all the cold outside, everything melting, and the way this building works, I was, like, overheating all of a sudden, and I was like, what the hell's going on? Like downtown Toronto, it's still chilly, but it's above freezing now. Axel Man, yeah, the weather here is almost exclusively ice everywhere. Being able to walk indoors and enjoy a show or two, something. Really, yeah. I wish I had room for a treadmill in here, because that's like back in the aughts. I used a treadmill all the time. It was one way that I helped fix up my blood sugar, is like treadmill running, walking, and then like watching all of Babylon 5. It was a good time. Scorp, I'll trade my 30 Celsius. No, keep it. Please. No, keep it. No, it's fine. No, you may. Please do keep it. It's okay. I don't like it when it's 30 Celsius. That specifically is when I start to get very upset. But yeah, what else can I report on? I'm starting to figure out what I want the Mecha Invasion dramatized Gattai sequence to resemble. I'm trying to figure out what ideas are not doable in the way I do things. And I'm trying to figure out what are. Also figuring out the fiction of who they are is something. And also figuring out, what figures to put them with, to my satisfaction, that still, how do you put this, satisfies what people want as far as size comparisons. Because people are going to be like, who do they go with? And it's like, I don't care. But who do I want them to go with is the more important thing. But I'm thinking I'm going to put them, at least in a couple shots, alongside the Generation Toy OpX and Jazz, J4s. Partly also because people keep implying these were made by Generation Toy. Figuring out fiction. Thought you already had that nailed down with the special boots. No, that's for the time skip later on. This is for the Gattai. It's later on in the story. Then yeah, we got the special boots fic all sorted out. But like, that's for the graphic novel, not for the debut. But yeah, 30 Celsius no good. Don't like it when it's over 20. I like a sunny 18. So it's cool, but you can get baked if you by the sun. Get baked by the sun if you need that extra warmth. Mecha Invasion Shippuden, yes, thank you. Well, if it helps, Scraper from Generation Toy, I mean, granted, it's just a set they sell now, but there are, like, 2 specifically mass-produced knockoffs of that entire set. I assume some people buy extras for customizing. It might be, I mean, I don't know where to reach out for this stuff, but, like, it might be worth, like, just keeping mentioning it, and someone might go, like, oh, I bought, like, 4 of those for something. I have a spare Scraper. Is $20. I don't know. Does it transform as well? As far as I know, it's the Jinbao and the other one. There's 2 of them that are both the Generation Toy Devastator at 2 different scales. As far as I know, they work fine. Wave sign. I think there are people selling the Jinbao oversized KOs individually, not just as sets. Okay. Because everything I've read about the Jinbao not, like, or having any kind of, like, knockoff jank is in the combined mode. But granted, a lot of people don't seem to talk about the knockoffs individual modes at all. They just combine them and then buy some add-on shoes so that it stays standing more. NBK, thank you, that's the other one. So Jinbao is a direct KO, just a bit bigger. The NBK is the same size but simplified. Okay. Because there's also a common add-on set that messes with the Devastator foot modes by giving him shoes, which might also look really weird. T-Fan Page 101, quick question. Is it supposed to smell like this? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's non-toxic. Ransom Fern, are you getting T-Spark Rodimus? Yes, I in fact am hopefully getting it this week. because it would be kind of fun to rush out a video about it before LA, so that I can also say, hey everybody, I'm on this panel, and hey, you know, not only do I have a channel, it's alive, because I just posted a video of G-Spark Adamus Machina Rodimus. Ho ho! Deban model did a 1-to-1 KO. I didn't know about that. Because I've always seen NBK, and I didn't know it was simplified, so that's also good to know. And then Jinbao is the oversize. Because the flea market where I got the first 2 Mecha Invasion ones, the dude there, I think, had both of them, the NBK and the Jinbao. I think. Because is the NBK the one that's like on a blister card or something? The packaging was really funny. Are you getting Blocky's Defender Wave 2? Maybe. I would like to, because I like Constructicons, but the Defender Waves have been, like, easy to not think about because I'm still trying to, like, catch up on the early Galaxy Waves. And I'm not, like, in a rush, but I've gotten the feeling that Blocky's stuff currently is not in a state of going out of print, because everything that's in Chinese language packaging is getting, like, a whole extra, at least print run on the packaging for English language distribution as well. So I think there's a lot of product out there, so I don't think there's, like, a rush, really, but I would like to pick up the Defender stuff. I would also just really like to, like, know that there is enough of a thriving singles market for it that it's not impossible to just track down chases if I think they look cool. Actually, Nightmare, if the hand feels anything like Diaclone Reboot. Yeah, that's what I want to know. I really want to handle it, because I've been so curious. Like, you know, is it going to be made in the same hand feel fashion as Diaclone or whatever? Is it just going to feel like a mainline toy? In which case, like, how could you do this to me at this cost? The oversized KO of Violence Husband Dropkick. Oh, yeah. Is that what's it? The people, like, is that the same company, by the way, who just does the Studio Series KOs that are oversized and, like, tweaked? I don't know that realm very well. When Sir Toys disappeared and also when COVID happened, I just really lost track of the, like, pseudo-luxury KO field. Yeah, TFM, like, the Defender Devastator is, like, such a nice cherry on top. Personally, I wouldn't want to just try to hunt down singles or it if they're anything like trying to get single Galaxy figures, because the prices are way better on just the boxes. Like, I've been sitting there, like, I can't budget it in easily right now, but, like, I got the Chase IDW Optimus Blockies Galaxy. I would like the red and blue one, right? The red and blue one is usually around, in Canadian, $20. Every now and then, the entire box can be gotten on AliExpress for, like, $70. And I'm like, I feel it just makes more sense to get another box, get the red Optimus out of it, and then sell the rest in a way where the red Optimus is borderline free. And then, like, oh, but what if it's another blue Optimus? Well, then I guess I just get a bunch of money. I don't know. Maybe it is a bit of the candy toy brain rot, but yeah. Yeah, my blue Gatorade, my crystal blue Gatorade Optimus. Very pretty. I like it. It's a very gorgeous looking thing. The gradient and whatnot, and the sparkles in the weapons. The non-TF Blockies are just ornately armored guys. Looks nice too. They remind me of 57 armored puppets. Is that the like Blockies original design stuff? Because I know they've got the Spider-Mans, and the Kamen Riders and Ultramans. Liz, remembering the vicious cycle of Gokaiger's Ranger keys. Yeah. Like, none of this is going to be, like, trying to chase down roleplay toys where getting all the DX sets doesn't mean you get everything. That's always going to be the true nightmare. Oh, yeah, there's a Blockies Miku. I forgot about that. I was speaking to you before about my love for Mad Max-looking TFs. Yeah. There's a... what was it? I always see it on Shozi, and I saw another one at a TFCon. Because there's some company that took a Studio Series Bumblebee, I think, and made it into Mad Max. No, it's just that one. Yeah. But they, I think it's a Studio Series Bumblebee that was an upscale KO to Mad Max, because there is a Masterpiece Bumblebee KO that remods it into the Rise of the Beast alt mode, but that's different. My search every day for cheap roleplay Optimus. I've never seen the Optimus mask for less than like $30, and I'm like, where are the legends of they're gonna liquidate all the funny mask roleplay toy things for like $5? Like, where? Show me. Give me a $5 mask that turns into a little guy. Hero Spire. That's right. I remember that name. I need to sip my water. Ooh. Do they have treasure hunts in Toronto? Do you mean like just the concept of treasure hunts, or is that a brand? Oh, the one in Burlington had the Optimus Primal mask on liquidation. I don't know. I've never heard of it. I guess I could just look it up. Treasure hunts. There do not seem to be in Toronto. Damn. They are specifically not in... They are in every neighboring city except Toronto. So they're in Mississauga, they're in Woodbridge, they're in Brampton. They appear to have 2 in Hamilton? There's one in friggin' Guelph Kitchener? The rent's too high over here. That's all it is. The rent's too high. Ransomford and Blockies keep aiming at the minifigure crowd. I really hope they aim more at the Soto crowd, like with their Marvel stuff. That's like, isn't that kind of like their Kamen Rider stuff? Like it's sort of, I guess it's sort of a pastiche because it's like stick-like minifigs that you slap all the branded sculpting on or something. Yeah, Sir. I guess Sir Toys. Well, if we're speaking like really broadly, like Sir Toys died, but like the Sir Toys guy, I think just had to yank the site because, like, I don't know, too much of the law came or something. But he's still operating something somewhere, I think. I lost track because when I couldn't go to SirToys.com, then I lost track of it. Take it easy, Axel Nightmare. PETA. Okay, Griff, he had to come back to the U.S. Okay. Yeah, I remember it was like... It wasn't the loss of human life or anything, but it was, Who's Chris? I don't know. Never heard of him. I mean, it's listen, I'm gonna dox myself here. My name is Chris Vangelus Internet. That is my full legal name. So, just don't combine that with my social security number that I absolutely have as a Canadian. The Pat Lee hole. Yeah, I gotta go dig in that thing somewhere. I haven't dug in the Pat Lee hole in a while. Because the way my seasonal depressio works isn't I'll go turn on a video game. It's I don't deserve to turn on a video game. So I couldn't even dig into the Pat Lee hole. Chris Evangelist Twitter X. Yeah, that's me. I've got the famous Twitter banner that I opened up in Krita to add the text, "This website is probably bad for your mental health. You should leave it." Is the Pat Lee hole like the square hole that all the blocks fit in? Kind of. It's on a Minecraft server, where because I was... I don't really know how Minecraft works, because I never played it until last year. But B, because I was a little bit worried that I might Valheim again and spend way too long trying to do detailed things, I decided that all I would do is dig a big hole called the Pat Lee hole. And it goes very far. It goes extremely far. I might have a clip of it here, actually. Let me take a look. To go to your clips. I have a YouTube notification. Somebody replied to my comment. Excellent. Okay, I gotta line up my windows to do this right. Your clips. Now, where is the Pat Lee hole? It's in here somewhere. Is it Welcome to the Hole? Let's see. Remember I made hole 2 that was just a long staircase?
They're all long staircases, Chris! What are you...
This is the really long one.
Oh, wait, I found it. I found it.
There you are. Welcome
Jesus
to hole 2.
Christ.
Welcome to hole 2.
It just keeps... Why did you do this?
That's the hole.
It just keeps going. What in the sweet hell is going? It just keeps going.
Yeah, that's...
Does it keep going, or does it stop going? I haven't been able to comprehend.
It starts spiraling down now.
Dexter original hole.
Remember I made hole 2 that was... Anyway, that's the Pally hole. Yeah, I clipped it partly because I was the only one really spending any time with the Pat Lee hole. And I didn't anticipate it would have that effect on another human being, and then I thought it was very funny that it had that effect on a human being. And then when I kind of used my empathy, I was like, no, this does kind of just look like psychotic behavior. Yeah, I just kept sort of digging this sort of aimlessly spiraling hole, because I would change direction every time I hit water, or I hit a wall that led to a bigger hole on the other side of the wall. So I would just change direction and just make sure I keep going downwards, and put staircases behind me. And that's all I would do. My original goal was to dig holes under everyone's houses and then install trap doors so that I could let myself into all of their living spaces. But then I couldn't find their houses because I got lost while I was digging Pat Lee's hole and widening and deepening Pat Lee's hole. So, I just made do. It's a wet hole, by the way, because there's no matter what I do, water shows up. So but it's also a hot hole because I put a lot of torches up. Is there anything else pertinent here? These are my clips. These are things I clipped from other people. I wanted to build a floating castle. Well, floating castle doesn't help me. I can't connect it to the whole system. Zero. That reminds me of a lot of the entrance to my Minecraft home. I added some secret doors and lots of lava too. Yeah, that's what I saw on YouTube, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna spread Pat Lee's hole across all of town, and everyone's house will secretly just be another aspect, another gland of Pat Lee's hole. And then I got lost. I got a lot. There's a lot of dirt in my hole too, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I just kept putting it in treasure chests. Anyway, I kind of just decided that, if I'm in someone else's building game server, I'm just going to be the local town psychopath. It just seems like roleplay wise, it makes more sense. It's a natural fit for me. Anyway, I found I don't know if any of y'all have seen these. I found some of my great shot dub acting that I meant to share as well. So this is me. This is topical because I think this was done in 2004 or 05, very close to the news we were looking at. So this is little 20-year-old me doing voice acting. This first one is on. I think I was on a very, very bad microphone. I'm gonna turn the volume down because the audio mastering on this first one's a little bit funky. Oh, that's loud. Shouting in my basement. But then there's... I didn't make that animal noise! And I was like, I didn't realize it until I guess 20 years later. I was like, you didn't ask me to make an animal noise. I couldn't have made an animal noise. What's this? You don't want me to go ruh like an animal? Anyway, this one's way better. All the audio mastering in this is better. I think I might have been on a new microphone. This is some good that good fan dub stuff. This is some of that good stuff.
Once Skyhawk gives in, we'll go.
Don't bet on
Yeah.
it.
You're insane. If this place explodes, the lava will melt all of us down. Even your prisoner friends.
What friends? Take this.
No! Skyhawk! Don't! Oh!
Great shot!
Ah!
Oh no!
Ah!
I was making those noises without having seen the footage.
You're hanging on by a thread. Now it's
I'll dub
time
something.
for this bird to fly.
Dog. I'll dub Tobot.
There's no time to save me, Stakeout! Go! Now!
I'm afraid I can't do that.
You have to!
Anyway, you can only make a clip like a minute long. So that's a little bit. But yeah, the Victory fan dub is, I think, whatever was. I think they might have done all of it. Anyway, it seems to all be on YouTube. No, Tobot does have an English dub, and it's like, I don't know. It's probably fine, but it would be fun to dub Tobot. It would be fun to dub Tobot, but just like write a new story. I don't know, because what I have caught is that like Tobot's screenplays are not like, you know, how do you put this? They are not sacrosanct. Yeah, Pizza Cat's Tobots. Yeah, Scorp. This was my favorite. My second favorite fan dub role I ever did was Great Shot. My favorite was Countdown in the Zone fan dub. Kamen Rider dub. Well, yeah. Hey, listen. I have at least edited other language dubs, and I know some of the tenets of how they are supposed to match to mouth movements, so that the human brain does not overly spend time processing the fact that the mouth movements are different than the sounds they're making. There's a whole science to that I learned in an early job of mine. But it'd be fun to. Can we wait? But what about like Metal Cardbot? Because the toys are better. So like, isn't there a metal? There must be a Metal Cardbot show. And does Metal Cardbot have an English dub? Maybe they don't. So we could tap in our market. We can get in there. But yeah, listen. I'll friggin' I'm not gonna parody dub Kamen Rider. I'll do it serious. I take my craft seriously. While I'm here, were there any other? I did some clips off my own stuff. I'm just looking at my clips. I'm not looking at. I'm trying to resist looking at clips by viewers so I can like dip back in a few months and see if there's like 5 or 6 new clips. And I can do another clip watch. That was fun, that New Year's stream. This is just oh hi PR. Yeah, that's all I really have right now. I just realized, unless you watch my painting video, you've never heard my voice. I don't think I saw it. Did I? I don't remember anymore. Was it linked on... Oh, yeah, the clip is when I'll bring the clip up, because I clipped it to demonstrate to someone why they should collab with me. Is that did you link that on Blue Sky? Or am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of something else. They really need to advertise the clip function. Yeah, YouTube is like... They set up an entire infrastructure to compete in some ways with Twitch, and then just sort of went like, whatever, screw it. And it's like, you have an entire clip infrastructure. You have a raid system. Like, what the... Make sure this is visible. So I clipped this to tell some other people why I'm a safe person to collaborate with, I think. I'll show you those as we go to the robot mode. Going on to the transformation... Oh, Anyway, reviewing this guy, I remember... Oh, hey, what's up, Pia?
Hey, have you seen my Starscream around here anywhere?
Not at all, Pia. I was just doing an exclusive video review of my Gaia memory. You ever into Kamen Rider at all?
No.
I love that cut.
Right.
That cut makes me so happy.
Nope, I haven't seen a Prime Starship. That's not out. You know, how'd you get one? That wasn't me. That was my friend. I swear.
See, now we're doing the whole like stolen. We're doing the stolen toys discourse before Prime versus Prime was conceived.
Wish I could help. Best of luck.
I did like 400 takes of that best of luck.
Take it easy.
The deluxe Starscream of Prime totally pulls...
I'll show you those. It totally pulls the gravel. Gaia memories are a very peak gimmick toy, and that was 13 years ago. Found clips by accident. Can't remember what I pressed to get there. So, Scorp, when you go to YouTube, where is it? The little, hang on. The little triple thingamy up here. When you click on that, one of the things in the drop-down menu now says Your Clips. That'll show you clips you made. Then there is another tab within that, not a tab, a little bubble within that says Viewer Clips. So if you've ever posted videos to YouTube and people made clips of those, you can click that to see all the clips they made of your things. I don't show that on stream because it shows the usernames of everyone who made those clips, and I feel that might be a slightly more forward than I'm comfortable with than just sharing the clips. Like when I did the Clip Watcher thing, I think I hid the right-hand side so as you couldn't see who posted the clips. But yeah, that's how the clip system works. YouTube now owes me $400, at least, for that instructional video that, as far as I know, they either never made or spent a lot of money making and never told anyone exists. I don't know. Yeah, that was Shaven Ben. Long was here. I realize you and PR are the oldest YouTube channels I've subbed. Dang. I hope it's still worth it. Auradescent. There is a Metal Cardbot dub, it seems, but I haven't checked it out to see how it is. I would assume a low ceiling of adequacy. Adequacy being the goal, and that's fine. Those cartoons, to my understanding, are for like 4-year-olds. They don't have to be intensely nuanced, but also it'd be kind of fun to like try doing a super nuanced one. I think it'd be fun. Aaron Roth, I think I saw it and it was extremely not great. I'm pretty sure it's a Singapore dub. Yeah, I think the English language dubs of a lot of those Korean transforming robot shows are primarily from Malaysia and Singapore, if I recall correctly. Yeah, Lee, that was the TFCon version of Columpio. That was the funky one. That was the TFCon where we showed up and then they were like, "Hey, reviewer guys, come over here. Review these tonight, please." And we were like, "Okay." That was a funny evening. I think I sold, what was it? I kept the Weapon Masters from the Fans Project Dinobots, because the Weapon Masters only came with the G1 color ones. So I sold the G1 color Dinobots, kept the Weapon Masters, and then the set I kept was the other color, the Diaclone color versions, with the little pilots and the Weapon Masters, and I was like, this is my perfect Lost Exo Realm set. Of the, the original Dinobots. I never got the Velociraptor ladies because they didn't make Diaclone versions. So I was like, this is outside, and they didn't have Weapon Masters. So I'm like, this is all outside of my purview. I also heard they weren't very good, but that's more subjective. Yeah, no paddles either. I was right there! I think I have Planet X paddles. I think. I can't remember anymore. Yeah, a lot of what I heard about the Raptor ladies were they weren't very good. I know I had a couple folks who said that they found them endearing and they found ways to enjoy them, and like that's cool. I could see, like, having seen footage of them a bunch of times, I was like, I can see how you could kind of like make them work, but they have to align with some very specific like robot aesthetic tastes. I'm leaving out the part about the boobs. That's I don't care. That's someone else's problem. That's Aaron Roth, I think they air Tobot after school in Korea. It doesn't get the primetime booking for premium television content like reruns of Detective Conan or competitive StarCraft matches from 2013. Not joking. No, that checks out. That checks out. I wish I could appreciate... Did I just say competitive Minecraft matches? No, I said... Okay, I can see in my subtitles I said StarCraft. Okay, thank goodness. Anyway... I wish I could appreciate competitive StarCraft footage the way that I can sometimes appreciate other team sports, even if I don't really understand the rules. Long was here. I was so sexist, I didn't even buy them. Whoa. I James Rolfe Ghostbusters 20, whatever the year was, did them. Ooh. Oh no, I didn't make a video going like, hey everyone, I'm not reviewing these two toys. Bye. That would have been super weird. I wish we had better documentation of who designs what. I just want to know what Alex K has designed since Azalea, and it's impossible to find. So, it's topical. I recently because I don't really read TFW a ton anymore, the message boards. But I was digging around semi-parasocially to see what everyone was posting who was connected to Mastermind, because I'm like curious, because they post stuff about like what they do, and someone posted, I think it might have been Griffith, posted kind of like a version of their development timeline, and Alex K is involved in a lot of the stuff they do, but Alex K designs the kind of the oeuvre, the motion of the transformation. And then one or two other folks do most of the physical-oriented designing, translating that transformation base concept, tweaking it where needed, altering it where needed, moving into another stage. Then after that stage, I believe it goes to Griffith, who is on the engineering stage. So there is, how do you put it? There's not really auteurship in Mastermind Creations, but there are a limited number of people who work there or work on their stuff. But I believe most of their stuff is still very group process project oriented. But it does sound like Alex K does work on at least like a lot of the all built-in stuff. I think they still have, like, they have name credits on the boxes. Orodescent, Alex K is on the Oculamax all built-in team and has done some 52 Toys work. Although I only know for sure of the dog combiner. I did not know Kubalski was working with 52 Toys. That is the actually hardest sell anyone has ever made for me looking at the dog combiner. I was kind of like just letting it go because it's 4 dogs. But that's interesting. I'm kind of interested. If it's an Alex K 4 dogs that turn into a T-Rex, that's more interesting to me. That guy understands flow in a way that I really grok with. Sorry, someone ruined that word that I really vibe with. Hearts of Steel era, that might have been Cassie Sark stuff. I can't remember if Cassie Sark was involved with the Hearts of Steel stuff though. Roulette and Shadow Striker's muscle cars would be pretty cool. But no, amidst those posts, I also kind of saw like what the scope of Mastermind is right now. Apparently, it is like All Built In is doing extremely well, but between All Built In, Reformatted, and Remix, and Infinite Finity, they're at absolute capacity with the kind of like small team that they are. And like it was someone else pointing out, and I think one of them pointing out, maybe it was Rick pointing out, like, you know, it is easy to look at All Built In and kind of glaze a bit and go like, oh, they're barely making anything anymore. And then it's like All Built In is like, every one of those is like 5 incredibly involved figures. What was it like? And with them doing a Devastator now, it's +6. Something like right now, All Built In outnumbers the original Ocular Max line as far as like toolings and designs or something like that. It was an interesting perspective to think about. I found anyway. Pulse just informed me they're shipping Naruto. With who? Who is it this time? Who is it? That reminds me. The other thing hopefully showing up this week, because I got worried it was going to sell out now that Lyokaiser funded, I was able to order a Dino King, and I have never messed with the core Dinobots, so that's going to be fun, I hope. Long as you're Sasuke, usually, I believe. Predictable. Pulse behind on the... Hasbro behind on the curve once again in 2025, going, hey, we just thought of shipping Naruto with Sasuke. And then, like, everyone's supposed to clap. I don't know. Y'all remember that time when I was, like, in doing a stream and it was getting a bit late and I was like, did you all know I forgot to eat since the morning? Would you believe that I might have forgotten to eat since this morning? Dino King's combiner feet really make a difference. Okay, so I was curious because I don't have the Dinobots. I was like, aside from the scythe, what are the new bits? Are the feet one of the new bits? Like, I couldn't like, you know, take the time to just like go look at one of the hundreds of pieces of coverage that would just tell me. So I just idly wondered it and then just never didn't think about it again. Students who's been assembling a 3D print while watching the stream once again got hit with the 11th hour curse of a part breaking in the final stretch of assembly. No! Aaron Roth. That time I forgot to eat since the morning, airing in April on Crunchyroll. Sorry, that's me just reading the ad copy. We got an actor for that one. It's that time I forgot to eat since the morning. Des. Where was it? It was yesterday. I was on by the way, you should go check it out. I linked it on social stuff. But I was doing D20 Live yesterday. We did our second session of Battle Century G. Our first session of Battle Century G was, I believe, in January of 2019. So, because I couldn't remember what I sounded like, and I didn't want to just rewatch an old stream of pre-COVID because I was worried I would get depressed, I just decided to be extremely shonen as possible. So, apparently I sounded nothing like it. Apparently I was just speaking normally in 2019, but my character that I was playing yesterday, I was trying to go for that whole, like, the anime dub voice where I was, like, in my mech going, like, I'm gonna go launch and attack the enemy! And then, because he's doing stuff in memory of his mom, I had a moment where we launched and I was like, Mother, watch me! Ka-san! And I was having a good time. I think that there is a definite lack of Ka-san in our mecha anime right now. So I was trying to do my part. And then Chief Macbeth called me out for not having aged in 6 years, and that was very nice. I have a clip of that, actually. Hang on, that's what I'll end on. I have a clip of that, too. Where'd my clip window go? No! Those clips are on Twitch. Hang on. Twitch clips are more annoying. Twitch clips are way more annoying. Yeah, Griff, like, we had Bravern, and then everyone, like, there. We did it. That was supposed to inspire us! Well, Black Reckoning IDW style ended up on Know Your Meme. Dang. Where is the Battle Century G thing? Here it is. These won't... These don't embed. Sadness. Okay, I can still do this. No, they do embed! We're cooking! Alright, these are my... Now, did I do a stream on someone else's channel and then immediately just go clip myself and then not clip anything else? Yes. But to be fair, people don't seem to be clipping D20 Live, so technically, I'm still atop the industry. Anyway, I think this is the call-out. Yeah, I got called out.
I would like to just make a quick note that Vangelus, for some reason, is the only member of our party that has been spared the ravages of time somehow.
I'm cute!
That, like, if you go back and look at that video from 6 fucking years ago before COVID, we're all different people except Vangelus.
Well,
He's
Dan
the same
Stokes,
guy.
unless you think he was Scott.
No, Dave.
Yeah, I used to be Scott.
Yeah,
I'm just a cute little guy, ooh-woo.
Dave wasn't even there. Like, wait.
He was there. He did the tag.
Right.
I'm just existing like a perceivable little guy, nya, ooh-woo.
Vangelus,
Anyway.
where the hell is your Dorian Gray painting?
Gonna burn that painting, Vangelus.
My Dorian Gray painting, I don't know, ooh-woo.
I don't think it works because I'm
Burn that fucking painting to the ground.
Anyway, here's the upper.
That was a fun stream. I had one other one. Because I'm a good person, so I wanted to rep my brand. So at the end, when we were doing the, talk about what we're doing, you know, good night, everybody. Hey, I'm going to be at TFCon LA, hopefully. That's the plan, at least. So if you're going to that, somehow, I'm going to be doing panel things there. But I'm also going to do, hopefully, panel things at TFCon Toronto in the summer, so you'll find me. I'm around. I'm just, hey, nya. Nya, Neko, Uwu. Aida, yo, ara.
Stop.
Sam, yours?
Yeah, that was deploying the weapon. You know, I don't deploy it just, you know, willy-nilly, but I was activated, so it's not my fault. Where's my gray hair? It sometimes is here. Sometimes they show up here. You can't remotely see it with this webcam, but every now and then they pop up here. But it's just usually like one or two, and I'm just like, so yeah, I don't know. You know, listen, I promise that if it turns out I'm immortal, that I'm extremely responsible, and I will write down everything, so it'll all be good. That's yeah. I gotta go. I also realized, because it's an Aaron intro, I have to go find... He's not on the line anymore! Why does it still say he's on the line? Okay, there we go. Everyone's saying Asian genes, but, like... Listen, it's not a 100% thing. You haven't aged, but I think you've just caught up to how old I thought you always were. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also colossally immature, so I'm very good at projecting being a little squirt. dedicated regimen of avoiding the sun in all forms. Yeah, that too. I put in a lot. Well, no, you got to get just enough to get the D's up. You got to get your D all up and full. Get the D meter topped up. Being immortal on a dying planet would be a bit of a bummer. I think, so I thought about this a lot, not to sound like a complete psychopath, but I think I would figure out a way to make it work. Because of the tenets of improv. So I could probably get away with a good couple centuries of just operating a lot of sock puppets, like the start of Castlevania Season 3. And I think that would carry me through to figuring out what to do afterwards. And yeah, you could, exactly, Aaron Roth. You could, easy century, just like doing the Grave P checklist, like simple, absolutely simple. And then, like, you know, you just gotta go, whatever, figure out how to make some little rockets, and then go like, all right, just do a little puff on each one and bring some good books. And then, like, just go check the corners of the map, right? Off the planet and go like, all right, where... One of you out there must have figured one of you out there must have had fish or something. And had, like, our stupid fish event that we had. So one of you out there must have figured something out. I'm a crash land. It's all gonna be... I'm gonna tell you all about friggin' the Transformers. And then, hey, listen... On to chapter 2, right? It's simple. It's simple. Anyway, that's loud in my ears. There we go. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. There we go. I think that's... Wait. No, that's right. Right? -24? Anyway, take it easy out there. I still had, like, because I've been in a hibernative mode, I haven't been doing my other streaming. I got all these unopened toys I wanted. I'm falling into the burden of general techno. I got all these unopened Transformers that I want to open while streaming because it'll be more fun than just, like, ripping stuff by myself. So I got to figure out how to squish all that together. Take it easy, Chris Carter. Take it easy, Long was here. Take it easy, everybody. Thanks for coming by. I didn't mean to stop the boom boom. And yeah, I will catch you all around. You know where to find me. I'm filling up blue sky with quality. But take it easy and treat yourself to something nice, because you deserve it. I checked. Actually, there is a ledger for this, and to be frank, a lot of you are not keeping up. A lot of you owe yourself quite a few nice things, and I'm not saying I'm a narc, okay? But, like, I'm saying I am gonna have to start making some phone calls, so you gotta deal with this, okay? Just saying.
Let them come.